we are then.
Well, the recording's flashing. It's on. Brock, are you ready?
Yep, we're ready.
Thank you. Welcome to our workshop meeting, July 22nd, 2020. We're holding this as an electronic workshop meeting in our city council chambers. It's broadcast via YouTube Live, linked at washingtoncity.org/meetings. We have an agenda before us, and I'd entertain a motion to approve that agenda.
Mayor, I'll make that motion.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Agenda is approved. Item 2, Washington City Historical Society presentation. Welcome. Okay, that'll work too, George.
Denise.
There it is. There we go. Okay. I thought it would be good that we have George Staley come and visit with us tonight and talking about, with all the chatter about Robert Covington. The Historical Society has been very good at putting together some good bullet points and information. I shared it with you, and I asked George to come, or a member to come, and just ask, or we can answer any questions or ask questions, or anything of that nature. So George, you want to come up, and Kathy, if you'd like to.
I wasn't planning on doing this because we were told we could come and listen, and I enjoy listening once in a while. What question? I've sent a personal letter. It doesn't represent the Historical Society. It represents George Staley.
Right.
Mike has sent some information that represents the Historical Society, and he has emailed it to you, but I don't think you got a hard copy. You should have got an email of 3-page letter earlier, and then I gave 6 hard copies that had a little more information on it than the letters. So that was my presentation. So if you got any questions that you'd like to ask me, but I would like to say one thing. And if you look at Washington City, we were leaders, or are leaders, in getting monuments out for people that helped, shut that off, will you? That helped get our community started on sound footing in a very hard difficult situation. If you count how many monuments, count the medallions, we have over 50 in Washington. And I don't think any of you, or all of them are. There's some on the Virgin River. There's some at the northwest corner of the chapel. There's some down by the granary, the plaza, at Covington's, the Adair Springs, by the granary. We've got probably the most beautiful woman statue that there is. We've honored all types of people, school teachers, women. We've had a diverse group, and the Historical Society wants to do some other things we've been talking about to show different parts of history so people can see it throughout the city. And I've been involved, and many of you have been involved in a lot of these. It just breaks my heart that anybody could be, and I mean anybody, I'm not talking about the council now, I'm talking about anybody could have so much hard feelings in their heart to try to uncover the hard work that went into building these statues and finding out the history about those that should be up, the sweat and tears and money, and they think they can come down and destroy people in our community. And I feel like it's time for me to stand up strong. I'm getting old now. You don't know how hard it was for me to write that letter. Kathy and I have been stewing it over for 2 weeks and write a sentence and get up and walk around the house, come back and scratch the sentence out. She said it's getting too long. It was a lot longer, but I felt like the information I put in that letter was the way I really feel and the way many citizens feel. And Mayor, I do thank you for this opportunity. If you have any questions, I'm not going to take up your time because you've got too many important things to do. This is just a little side distraction for you. You've got a lot to do. So
George, it's extremely important, and
I know it is, but it's a distraction that you
yeah,
shouldn't even have to entertain.
Right.
You know, I think it's just something you shouldn't entertain.
Yeah.
But thank you for this time.
you bet. And thank you so much for taking the time to write that letter and send us the information. And
How many members of the Historical Society do we have here tonight? Can I maybe have you pick up the
push that one button on the left and let's hold it down until it turns green.
On it. Look, how many do you have? We could have had 100 if we would have wanted to, but we thought this was a work meeting and we were told that we could come and not talk. And it was better, just as well off to get the information to you on paper. I know that several were going to come yesterday, but they got were told that, you know, you can just go there and sit. So if one or two of you want to come, I didn't come as a Historical Society member. I came as a citizen.
He's coming here.
Because the Historical Society wanted to honor the request that, you know, don't bring a lot of people here and stir up things, because only to give you the information. You're educated enough to read that information, but I could probably in 15 minutes have 25 here in their work clothes.
Yeah, so so from the perspective of the Historical Society, is there?
I can speak only as a citizen, being in a lot of meetings of the Historical Society, and Mike is now the president of the Historical Society.
My Carlos is now?
Yes. I felt like I was almost too emotionally involved to speak for the society, you know, because
I guess my question that I would put to the Historical Society is there any type of a standard? Have they discussed any type of a standard whereby an individual who maybe we have a statue of or of an ancestor that you think would disqualify them from being representative of our city in marble or bronze form?
I think that we've had a standard. We vetted everybody on those statues 15, 20 years ago. We did research on them. We felt like the people that we put on there, and there were some controversial ones, you know. John D. Lee was very controversial, you know, and that monument didn't go up. It went in the museum where he should be, you know. So we have taken each individual and looked at those standards, but do we have a quote this? Because let's take one of the issues that the group has that want to take it down, slavery. Well, then you should go right over here and tear George Washington's bust down way before you tear Covington down, if you're talking about slavery being the thing. And we admit that Covington probably had slaves, not a lot of them, not a big plantation, but he was a slave owner. We know that he treated them well, and those that, when he freed them, you know, wanted to stay with him. We know that. So you can't really have a blanket thing for all monuments, you know, but you can have standards.
I suspect there is a standard someplace, right? And I guess what I was more curious is if the Historical Society has generated any type of guidelines on the topic. we've kind of in an interesting position here, right? We picked some of these individuals at a time when we were pretty much just little Washington, but we are part of a national community, and we do have people in our community who have they probably have some real right to be offended. What I guess I wanted to try and get to is maybe using the leadership of the Historical Society, the leadership of people who've researched history to help guide us into some type of a better understanding of how we should make these decisions.
Well,
where we should look for those. We can all get really offended on each side.
Yeah,
But
that's an impossible task.
no, it's not.
It is.
It's exactly the task that we have.
Oh,
before us at
we
every
have
point in our
we
life.
have a task to look at people, and we talked about those people. This council was involved in those people that went up. We discussed as much as we could about the history they were. And I say we have an impossible task because everybody has a different perspective and comes from a different
Sure.
society.
Help me understand where the line came from, where the John D. Lee would have gone one way and a Richard Covington went the other way.
Can I jump in? Do you know the history?
Yes, I do. But
Have you had a chance to read the information that
it wasn't put in
Michael?
the packet, and I only got it just
They've done
I've read part of it, but I honestly didn't know
Michael
what to even
Michael
expect for
Harlan
this
sent
item.
some really good
Hold on
information.
just 1 second though, because honestly, I'm a little frustrated because I didn't even know what to expect from this presentation here because I didn't have any documentation, didn't know what to really go with, and we've got a national issue going on that right, wrong, or otherwise, Washington has been looped in, and I really do think it's at least beneficial for us to pause for a moment and hear both sides of it and try to understand both sides. I seriously doubt we'll ever be able to make anybody, all sides be happy, but that's been the option that we've been able to get to.
I feel saddened that you said you were expecting to hear a presentation tonight.
I didn't know what to expect because there
I'm
wasn't
just
anything
saying,
put into the
that's
packet.
the statement you made. We did not know. I did not know, and I'm sure the Historical Society did not know that they were to come here prepared to give a presentation.
Sir, I'm not saying that you were supposed to be
no,
prepared.
no,
What I
but-
had hoped for was that I had heard some different things from both sides. I had hoped for at least some documentation that would actually lend a little bit of legitimacy to claims that I've only seen in email without cite or reference. So I had hoped for a little bit of clarification. My understanding is that some of the original claims that came out from regarding the book, what is even the book that was cited, was Joanna Brooks' book, that there were several people who were saying, well, they're misquoted here. So yeah, I didn't really know what to expect. And so I don't mean to put you on the spot because certainly you weren't.
You know,
You were tasked with
and
that
I'm
coming in.
sure that the Historical Society, the leadership of it, and myself, not being the leadership of it, would love to come to a group just like this and present our viewpoints and have the other side present theirs in the same meeting. We feel very comfortable of the history that we've researched, of the things that we've done, of how they promoted lies, and the newspaper, has used facts that went the Tribune facts that the Tribune said they were wrong, and they didn't rebuttal these. So I would love to have that type of discussion with you, but for us to set standards on what every statue should be would be almost an impossible situation because
Well, let me not phrase it that way then. Let me just say from your personal perspective, where would you draw the line? Where would you say if you found out something about an individual who's already in bronze, for example, where would that line be for you that would say, you know what, maybe we should really rethink that?
I would, as a Christian, if he repented and changed his ways and showed 50 years of being different than he was at one time, I would not have 1 minute of problem putting up that statue, no matter what he did, unless it might be murder.
Can you think of any situation whereby an individual cast in bronze in this city should maybe lose the pedestal that he or she is on?
No, I cannot. From the information that I know.
No, I'm saying even in your mind, can you conjure up a situation where you would think that this person, we ought to relook at that?
Well, not of this person, what they did, but I think that if you had a person up there that the last part of his life went out and murdered somebody, there's nobody there that's done that, I would question that. But I'm not questioning anybody or any monument or any bronze that is up there at this time. As I have studied John D. Lee, I would have him out there, but he is a controversial subject, and he should probably be in a museum where we can talk about him more and tell it from the museum part, you know, the history part of it. So I have no trouble with that. But I really feel bad that you were coming here expecting a rebuttal and we weren't.
George,
prepared.
no, that onus is on me. What I was hoping was myself, I've received numerous calls and emails about, are you going to take that statue down? This, and this. I charged the Historical Society to give us some facts about Robert Covington. End of story. Just so that you had some talking points if people approached you about that. I wasn't, it was never my intention to have a conversation about the ethics or the morality of each one of those statues. You know, I've got a relative over there. You know, he wasn't perfect, but that was my intent, Councilman Ward. It wasn't to have this type of discussion. It was to have a participatory information brought to us so that you could, if you needed to rebuttal, if that's what you wanted to do, or not, but you had pertinent information that's available to us in today. Okay.
Let me tell you what the Historical Society did with the first meeting that they had. They invited the Washington County Historical Society and with us, and Chris was there and you were there. And the purpose of that meeting was to find all of the history we could find out about Covington, good and bad, and put it on the Washington County website so all could read it. Now, we're still adding to that website, but that website has many articles and references, things that, you know, anything we could find about him, whether it was from the negative articles like the Salt Lake Tribune was, George Hicks, you know, all those things. We received information from Steve Snow, wrote to the church and asked them to give us information that they had. It came back a very, you know, showed good and bad what history has been written about him. We have tried to be very fair in our approach, and we would like to have a meeting in the rec halls in the close future to invite you, to invite those people that are writing the negative stuff and the Historical Society to have a civil debate. Now, I don't know if I could have a civil debate because I'm raising my voice right now. You know what I mean? Because
Well, if you're
and I apologize.
all day long, go ahead.
George, if I could interrupt, one thing I'd like to say is that it's often that the Titans of our community don't even whisper with the contributions that they give to our community. First and foremost, I am grateful for the efforts of our Historical Society to preserve our heritage and our identity in our community. First and foremost. Second, though these things were not vetted at a national level, it's not often that politics merge into the real lives of our exact lives. I know that we would like it to be so seamless, but many of these efforts have happened over decades and even hundreds of years. And seeing how our community has been able to at least preserve a sense of identity as we go forward, I sincerely appreciate the Historical Society and the many people who have given their time, their money, their talents to make this move forward. Now, at this time when there's a lot of concern and vetting, how do we do this and ethics and stuff, that's cute, it's wonderful. But the reality is it was vetted through the hearts and the money and the pockets and the history that we have. We have controversial people within our community, but they were people who were here, and they were the people why we're still here. And though that may be abusive and intrusive to some people's feelings at this time, it is something that we can only improve upon our existence together if we acknowledge that even people who may seem controversial are very beneficial to a group as a whole. I wish we were all saintly and perfect in all forums, and my goodness, only the best people should be represented in stone. Heaven forbid we have one person with a sin on their slate. But the reality is, we may not know everything, but I do not put that at the feet of the people who gave their money and continue to do so much in silence. We say a lot of things in politics, and man, we look real smart, but we can come off very insensitive very quickly if we don't take a big picture and realize that this is a community that takes time and can't be judged in a moment. Now, there's been some brought things up by Council Ward, which I appreciate. I also recognize you're not ready to respond to those tonight. And I don't want to put you on the spot because you came as a person to just talk. We
I didn't
appreciate
come
the
as a
information.
person to talk.
Well,
I
that
came
being
to a
said,
person to
I think
listen.
it's good for us as a council to recognize that whatever question we have outside of gaining this information, saying thank you for the information, that's the limit of what we have right now. If we'd like to pull him back in later, Councilman Ward, I'm perfectly fine to say Historical Society. Please go back at that. But I found it obtrusive and actually not even possible at this time to do it. So my emotion, Mayor, is if we can kind of move on past this and like the
Well, I'm not-
option, I'd appreciate
Well-
that simply because I do not feel what's been brought up is not, it's absolutely unfair to the moment. Though it is important for us to talk about, we can't put a person like this on it. If we like to look in the mirror and talk as a council, that's great. But this is not the right person to direct those concerns to at this time. And those are my thoughts.
Well, let me ask you a couple of questions about the Historical Society. If you, just because we are broadcasting here, so help me understand the general numbers of the Historical Society. Well, how many people are in there?
Well, there's,
Just guess. You don't even need to be close.
I
need to
would
get
say people that have got lifetime membership, there's probably 200 or 300 down on, but we haven't raised much membership
Thank you.
lately.
Okay.
We don't have very big meetings, but compared to other historical societies, we have pretty good sized meetings when we have our educational meetings.
And tell, if you don't know these answers right off, that's fine. But help me understand on the fundraising, because it's my understanding that the statues are actually owned by the Historical Society.
No,
They're
that's
not.
that's not
They're owned
true.
by the city.
They are owned by,
That
the
was
only,
clarification I need.
the only statue that I know that is owned by the Historical Society is the John D. Lee statue. And that's a long history, and I'll
Right.
talk about it privately with you, but it's not to be brought up at this time because we're talking about Robert Dockery. So you can have a little bit of history. There was the Cahoons, who were very history buffs, came in and really helped Washington City become what we are with statues and stuff. Mayor Clove was the mayor at that time, and the society and the mayor and the council worked up who was to be on. I'm sure that, I don't have facts in my pocket, but I'm sure that the city paid the majority of having that Monument Plaza put up. I'm sure of that. But we did raise some money. I don't know what dollar amount.
So help me understand the fundraising efforts of the Historical Society. What has been done in the past? What are they?
Well, we've sold membership. We have a fundraiser every year with the invite the community that helps us do it. We get donations. People have donated a lot of money to the Historical Society. We are really quite financially sound. You know, we can spend it on certain things though, but we're where we can do some things, and we've talked about doing some things, you know, to counteract this. The city, we have a long-term relationship with the city on a very small fee that we pay so much for 10, 15, 20 years to keep the museum up. The city does the outside. We take care of all the inside. The city has been very generous to the Historical Society in the past. I'll be the first to admit it. You know, the things that they have done for, we couldn't have done what the Historical Society has done without the support of the city and the financial support and the physical support. You know, I mean, I have to, you know, so that's
Perfect.
but we raise enough money to keep the two buildings up, the Relief Society building, which is the oldest standing Relief Society building in the church, and the inside of museum.
Well, those, you kind of jumped ahead and answered all of the questions I had, just a general sense of the Historical Society. So, thank you.
But the Historical Society does love Washington City.
You're right.
And we've emptied our pockets. Some people have in what we've done.
Can I compliment you on your representation of the Historical Society? I can feel that love
Well,
you have for the society.
George, thank you. I did not mean for this to get to that level. So,
and I didn't either.
No,
I was
no.
sitting here when Kathy, they brought the mic back. I was just, what's that all about?
Mayor, can I make one last comment?
yeah.
Please.
Sorry.
George, I too would like to just, or Mr. Staley, I'd like you to know how much I appreciate your love of the city and what you've done for the Historical Society. The one thing that I don't think anyone can ever argue is the contributions that Robert Covington made to Washington City. And I appreciate your efforts. And I realize you're here as a resident tonight, but I also appreciate the Historical Society and their efforts in keeping our history alive. Thank you.
You're welcome. We'll move on. Let's move on to item 3, review of the RAP tax applications. All of you gentlemen have a chance to review those.
So I didn't have any RAB tax applications in my packet. You didn't?
You did not?
I did.
Did you? Councilman Staley?
Yes, yes,
You
I
had-
reviewed the
Southwest
Southwest
Symphony?
Symphony and the Community
the
Center,
Community
and there was
Center.
one more. Let me get to that page. Yes, I read them.
Oh, there's only 2.
There's just 2.
It's not too-
The
Southwest
Southwest Symphony just had a big breakdown, 2 pages
Oh,
of,
maybe that's why it felt like 2, but yes, I
Yeah.
read through both of
But
those.
they're missing now. They were there the other day. Yeah. Yeah, I've
They were there.
refreshed multiple times in the last several days.
No,
I
if
don't-
you just have to click on the file that says RAP tax applicants. You
Oh, that's-
tap that file,
That's where it got moved.
and they're in there. Yeah, I'm seeing. There's 3 little spots. It looks like there's 2 of them are from the Southwest Symphony
right.
Orchestra, and one's the Community Center.
Do we have someone here from the Southwest Symphony?
Yes, we actually have 3 people online. Alice Gardner, the board chair, Bonnie Reynolds, and Pete Romney. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay, we're here. We're available to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for the applicants?
I think the biggest question I have is, and reading through your documents, I'm just curious to see how we can track Washington City what's the benefit for Washington City residents for the Southwest Symphony where it's not being held in Washington City? So that's kind of
Well, yeah, that's a good question. We actually looked at our patron database and looked back at all of our ticket purchasers, and approximately 30% of our ticket purchasers are from Washington City addresses. So we meet the needs of a wide area in Washington County, and we're really the only symphonic orchestra in southern Utah in this area. There is one in Cedar City, and we are about 70 members strong, mostly volunteers, many with PhDs in music, Juilliard trained, some of the best musicians in the area. And we have been here for 40 years. So this next season is our 40th season. We'll be celebrating that with the 250th birthday celebration of Beethoven. And we are loving being a part of this community and bringing beautiful music to everyone who lives in this area, not just St. George, but Ivins and Santa Clara and everyone. So that is our goal, is to enrich and inspire our community.
Mayor, I have a question.
Sure.
So I see that your total project budget is $230,000. You're asking for $20,000 contribution from Washington. Can you tell us what you've asked for and or what you've received from the other municipalities locally?
Yes, we submitted a St. George RAP tax application, and we haven't received word yet. They haven't posted those numbers, but it should be around $25,000. That's what we received last fiscal year. And we always apply for the Washington County RAP tax, that's submitted usually in the fall. And this year, we will not be getting any direct appropriation from the legislative pass-through funding, which was $25,000. And because of COVID, it's definitely put a strain on our organization, having to cancel the end of our season. But we're hoping that we can get the support of many cities and move forward in a positive way to celebrate music. And so that is our goal. But as the pandemic has affected everyone, we're seeing our revenues shrink and our expenses not really go anywhere, but stay the same. So we're reaching out and hoping that we can get the support of the community at large to keep live symphonic music going forward.
The $230,000, that's an annual need to keep the symphony operating?
That's our annual budget. Yes.
And so right now you typically get $25,000 from the city of St. George. You apply for RAP funding from Washington County, and have you received funds from Washington City in the past?
No, we haven't. We've never even applied, and we didn't know that it was an option until recently. And so we're looking at all of our options to see if we can get additional help.
Do you plan on applying in Hurricane City, Santa Clara, Ivans, any of the other cities?
Yes, we hope to. We hope to, and we don't know what will come of that. But because we serve the county at large, and we have so many people coming from all of those cities to our concerts, we serve over 12,000 people a year, and 3,000 of our children from Washington County School District come every year to a free concert for education outreach purposes. So we do meet the needs of all of our community.
What would happen if you didn't fundraise the entire $230,000? Would that just scale back what you plan on doing, or would it stop? I mean, the Southwest, you guys are fantastic. I'm just asking vetting questions here.
Thank you. We have actually, I just met with our accountant yesterday, and we proposed several different scenarios based on that very question. What if we can't bring in the funds? What if, because of COVID, it's a very real possibility we have to social distance in the hall? We can't bring in the ticket revenue that we have in the past. They're suggesting that we can only put 200 people in a 1,200 seat Cox Auditorium at DSU. So even though ticket sales don't usually cover our costs, that's a significant cut for us. Moving forward, it will be difficult we've got to do our best to raise those funds. We're looking to other foundations and other corporate sponsors. We're really trying to diversify our revenue sources so that we can bring in those funds. We do not want to close.
And what are your primary costs? Where are the bulk of your expenses? If you could categorize some of those and just share your expenses.
You bet. One of our highest expenses is with our staff. And 5 years ago, we didn't have a staff. We've put together a really robust 5-year strategic plan, which we can send to you so you can see that, to elevate the symphony to a whole new level, which I believe this is what the community deserves and needs. So I believe in paying talented people who can have vision and move the arts forward in a positive way. So I believe in investing in people. And as the board chair, that's been one of my goals. And it's one of our pillars of our strategic plan is to develop that. And that's about 1/3 of our expenses. Wow. If you look at some of the other strategic goals that we have, one of them is to bring in top quality A-list performers to perform with the symphony. We believe that the community deserves that. We put our money there. We bring in Tony Award winners and Grammy winners and Chopin National Competition winners to perform with the symphony. We are trying to elevate the symphony at all levels. So we put our money there. That's about another third of our expenses. And then many of our expenses are in licensing and music, copyright, making sure that we are doing everything in a transparent way. So we do spend a lot of money on that. Another one of our big expenses is our venue costs. The Cox Auditorium is very expensive to rent. A one-night concert can be easily over $20,000 just for that one evening. So it's very expensive to put on concerts. And like I said before, our ticket sales revenues don't cover those costs. We really want to make sure that our tickets are affordable. We offer discounts to senior citizens at 20% off. Students get deep discounts. We always give free tickets to the Switch Point and the Dove Center and the Children's Learning Center, and VetTix, free tickets for veterans. So we want to make this as accessible as possible to everyone in our community, and that's how we do it. So we have to make up the difference with grant funds and foundation and corporate funding and individual giving. And we believe that that's really, really very important to be inclusive of everyone in our community. So that's kind of in a nutshell the big chunks of where our expenses lie.
Thank
Did
you.
that answer your question? Okay.
Any additional questions?
Just one, Mayor.
sorry.
This is Councilman Ivy. Just wondering what there are in available grants from the county, state, and federal grants. Do you utilize those, or are they even available?
Yes, that's a good question. We receive about $40,000 from Washington County RAP tax. That's what we've received the past few years. But as I said before, last year the legislature discontinued direct appropriation to the Southwest Symphony. We were receiving about $25,000 from them for the past about 10 years. They have discontinued that and changed it to an online grant system. So the Utah Division of Arts and Museums funds those with government NEA funding. And now we have to reapply every year. And with COVID, everything's very up in the air, and we will apply for that government grant, but very unlikely that we will get funds this year. We're kind of in a tough spot because we don't qualify for some of the larger grants, and then we're not a really small organization either. So we're kind of stuck in the middle. And so yes, we do look at all of our options, and we have a great development director who is constantly looking for new organizations to apply to, so that we can look at all of our options. But those are kind of the main ones that we receive funding from.
I'd like to just dial in real quick on the RAP funding. So you're asking for 20,000 RAP from Washington City. I want to know exactly what you anticipate from Washington County Recreation, Arts and Parks, and from the city of St. George. Are those separate, and what are the exact amounts you anticipate or are applying for from those two sources?
So we applied for the St. George RAP tax, and last year we received $25,000 from them.
Okay.
And from what I understand, it won't be quite as much this year. It might be closer to $20,000.
Okay.
Last year, we applied for the Washington County RAP tax, and we received $40,500, which is what we will apply for again this year when the application is due in the fall. So we're hoping that we can bring in those additional funds as well. And we won't be receiving any government funding through the state this year, unless we're super lucky.
Well, again, from my standpoint, we really appreciate all you do, bringing this kind of high-level music and skill to this entire area is something that we certainly need, and RAP funding is appropriate for this type of thing. That's That's why we have it. It certainly fits within the arts, and we want to support.
Thank you.
We'll, I think this is on the agenda for later this evening to discuss the amount that we might and the fashion in which we might allocate some funds to support.
Thank you. I really
Thank you.
appreciate it. I appreciate your time.
Mayor, I have one more.
Yes, thanks for having us here.
Sure, one more question.
One more thing, as a council, we've been looking for opportunities to diversify the RAP, Recreation, Arts and Parks. We've made some huge contributions to the RAP tax for local ventures. We're looking forward to that, but always looking forward to things that our citizens participate in. I would hope, if possible, looking within the university's ability to address the decreased amount of people that can attend your venues. I would hope that could be something that could be petitioned to lower some costs. Obviously, I am not the creative minds in this, and it looks like you have received every possible grant, group, people, government entity that can help this keep afloat. And I hope as a council, we can find a way to contribute to such a wonderful cause in our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're so grateful for your help in this regard.
Thank you. Okay, any other additional questions? If not, we'll move on. For the second application is that you? Okay, Ben, are you on? Okay,
I am on here. Can you hear me?
not you, Ben, our Ben. Unless you're looking for rap tax money. All right, Ben.
All right. I hope you council members have had an opportunity to review our application here, looking for RAP tax funding for pickleball courts in the area where the sand volleyball court is currently located at the community center. So I'm here to take any questions you may have.
One of my first questions is, how is the pickleball usage on our current parks? How often do you think that those are in use as they stand right now?
They're used quite a bit. It's probably one of the most used amenities that we have at our parks. In fact, we get constant calls to find out when we're going to have new courts available. In fact, as we have even been putting in the courts there at Boilers Park, I mean, we've been receiving calls for months wanting to know when people can start to get on them, even from neighboring cities who like to advertise every court that's available. In fact, I met with somebody who's very big in the pickleball scene, and they said, you know, a lot of the places are very difficult to ever get on. So that's kind of one of the things we're looking at.
So I had a question on the use of the volleyball courts, because looking over this application, I'm like, well, we're taking away amenity and adding a new amenity, which might be more highly used, but is there a better location to put the pickleball courts that's in a close area and not lose an amenity that we have? So can you kind of explain to me what the usage of the volleyball court, and I know it's in the back corner, but
Yeah.
I hate to leave an amenity.
Yeah, I do agree with what you're saying there. And, you know, as in the 9 years that I have been here, I may have had 9 groups who have requested use of the volleyball court over 9 years. It doesn't get used hardly at all. And it probably gets more used just by our swim team and water polo for doing dry land while they're outside, just because they're looking for space. So they really could utilize any space. So I can't, I've looked over our space, and within the community center structure, there really isn't any other location where we could do that.
I was looking, and it might be for the future cemetery, but I was looking at the park just to the south. Is there a spot right off that parking lot that we could put the pickleball courts and still, but I don't know. I don't know if that's not conducive with the cemetery close. And it was just a thought I had reviewing the packet, but.
I think that that entire space is set aside for cemetery, which is much needed. I'm not sure if those would match really well, but certainly that's something that could be discussed.
Probably.
Is there some maintenance that has to occur with the sand volleyball?
We add new nets about every year or two into that space. And then, well, the other maintenance that takes place is you've got all the watering, grass cutting around the volleyball area. They come in multiple times a year and weed it and level that space. So it's not a large amount of maintenance, but there is time that our parks department has to put into that space.
One of my main concerns when I was looking over this is what age group do you hope will be most benefited by adding a pickleball amenity in that area?
We actually really hope to hit all age groups. I mean, one of our biggest goals is to be able to provide a space to be able to add additional leagues, both for youth and adults and seniors, without impacting the current usage, the heavy usage that we see at the parks.
One of my main reasons in asking that is currently, the council may not know this, do you have temporary pickleball courts that you set up inside of your gymnasium spaces right now? That is interior air conditioned controlled where people play pickleball right now?
Yes, we do. We have a year ago, we painted some lines into one of the gyms to provide some space there. We have 2 temporary nets that we use just so that we can manage other programming. We have a couple of groups that are pretty consistent that like to use that space during the summer. But a lot of the people were finding 2 courts isn't enough if they're going to bring a group that they want to play with.
Right.
And so and it's hard to run any kind of a league or have any kind of
Correct.
group.
That's one of my main concerns on this is that how many courts do you anticipate putting in that back corner if you were to build it according to what's submitted today?
We would be able to fit 4 courts in that location.
So if you merely painted another gym, you could put 4 courts and have space for any competitions or leagues. My reason is I love pickleball. I think it's a valuable thing. We're adding that a lot. But one of my main concerns is for our kind of teenage kids. And I don't really sense pickleball being the main thing in that gym to be added in that back corner. And I know I'm only one voice, but if we were to add something like an extension to our pool for an exterior pool or something to that nature, that makes a lot of sense. But we are adding pickleball courts into one of our main parks. We have good pickleball courts down in Sullivan's. And if we were to ask for more painting to just make a gym to where we can actually have, contests, if I'm going to have a contest, having that in a quality air controlled environment, St. George is not notorious for cool temperatures, great sunshine. But if we wanted to just add more space for people to play within our gymnasiums, that makes more sense. I don't feel putting a pickleball court in the hottest variation of sunlight of the day as the setting sun. That would be one of the hottest courts in Southern Utah. And so that's just a couple concerns I have. I'm not against pickleball, but I just wish if we're going to extend an amenity, we already have the amenity within the community center and we could easily expand it within our courts. I would just hope for something more of an extension that targets our youth to get them into our community center. That's just my thoughts.
And Ben, this is Councilman Ivey. How you doing?
Yeah.
Good. Hey, I was just going to ask you one question, Ben. With the opening of the new boilers, Warm Springs Park, and the new addition of the pickleball courts there, I'm just wondering what your opinion would be about this being the right time to bring more pickleball courts online. Is there a need that would substantiate those and the additional ones that you're proposing?
I think as we continue to grow as a community, I think that the demand is there. As I said, I think people are looking to get on those courts as soon as we open them. I think you'll find that they'll be quite busy right from the beginning. And so one of our things as well as providing that amenity for people to use is also to improve and provide some leagues and the opportunity for additional recreation in that means without taking away from the general public to be able to drop in and play on our park courts.
So just one follow-up question, Ben. You've already got some infrastructure there that can be used for the pickleball courts with the current sandball volleyball courts. So the cost to put in courts without that infrastructure would be quite a bit more. Am I right in that in the ballpark there, or is it going to be taken out and redone completely?
So we tried to estimate what the highest amount would be, given if they had to pull all new items. And you are correct. There is power that is in that location. There's current lights there, though they'd probably have to be adjusted. So there is opportunity there that may keep the cost low. We used the estimate of what just came in on the boilers part just to make sure that we covered the bases on that. But there is opportunity that it may come in less than that.
Thank you, Ben. That answers my question.
Right. Any additional questions?
Just kind of a thought, half question. So these courts would be unique in that only those who have either have a membership or paid to get into the community center would have access to these courts. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So it may also help with some of the membership and some of the usage. I mean, these are courts that you can't just drop into the park and wait in line, but potentially you could go and pay and have a little better chance of getting on courts if others are full.
That is correct. We currently do not allow any reserving or renting of courts in our parks. We like to keep it that way so that people have an opportunity to come and utilize that scenario. But we do think that there is a demand out there for people to be able to reserve courts if they so chose to come in, and even groups that have expressed, hey, I'd like to bring in a group and maybe have a barbecue and be able to have those courts to be able to do that kind of a thing.
So my last question is, how many pickleball courts, including the use of our gymnasiums now, do we have in Washington City in our parks and in our rec center?
Oh man, you're gonna put me on the spot here. So we got a couple up at Green Spring Park.
Is it only 2 up there, or is there 4? Is it 2 courts? 2 courts?
There's just 2. There's the 4 that are opening at Boilers. There are 6 at Sullivan. Do we have any other pickleball courts?
6 at Sullivan.
2 at Green Spring. Yeah. We're
About 12.
I have about 12, and then we use 2 gyms at the rec center temporarily. Just it's not a designated use, but we have pickleball at the gyms.
Can be used, and we've tried to keep it at that. Partly because it's difficult, obviously, with other programming, and when we've tried to designate some for volleyball and basketball more predominantly. And we want to expand that youth programming without taking away from, if you put a bunch of lines in the gym, it becomes more difficult to run everything in there. So that's why we've tried to keep it within a manageable level there.
Thank you.
One last question there.
Sure.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I have one too, but go ahead.
So I just was going to ask, in your discussions with the department head and everything, have you had any conversation about other sources of funding aside from 100% RAP funding? Have you talked about potentially using other sources of revenue for part of this or all of it, and to make up the difference? Let's say we didn't do 225,000 on this. Are there other monies that you would that could be budgeted for it rather than RAP money?
There is not other money that I'm aware of right now that would be usable in this scenario, given it's an addition to existing facilities. General fund is really the only other option that we would have. And right now, my understanding is that we're on a hold for some of those other projects that it may fall under.
So the last question I have is, because I've had a resident recently reach out to me about, there's lots of pickleball courts, but we've taken away all the tennis courts. Now I know it's not as highly used. My question is, I'll admit I've never played pickleball, so I don't know how it lays out. I've worked on a design on one, but I just said, hey, what's the footprint, and went with it. So, but my question is there any way to morph it into a tennis court at all, between two courts or not? I don't know, so I'm just asking the question, just because I do agree that we've taken out a lot of tennis courts because they aren't used as highly as much, but there still are people that use tennis courts. So that's why I asked.
Yeah, I can't tell you the exact dimensions of a tennis court, but I would guess that there's only enough space you could put one in that space, given the way it's laid out.
Pickleball courts or 4?
Yeah, I think I know you can fit 4 pickleball courts because I've gone out and measured it and made sure that fits, but I'm not sure that you'd be able to put more than one tennis court in that direction.
Okay, just asking the question, curious, but does the city see a future of adding any tennis courts? Because there are residents that do use them. I just don't think they're highly as used. It's just a question I'm putting out there. I'm not saying it has to be part of this application. I just wanted to bring it up to the city staff. I received it. I'm assuming the other council members did as well, that there is concern that there's no more tennis courts, but lots of pickleball courts.
Yeah, and that is where the demand is, as you've stated. We do have tennis courts that are available that are lightly used, but certainly we consider all amenities whenever we put in park features. And so we will consider those things as we add in things in the future.
All right, no other additional questions. Thank you, Ben. We appreciate it. We'll make that decision a little later today. Okay, move on to item 4, follow up on traffic and affordable housing, approximately 1100 East.
Mayor, I'm just gonna, I know my name was on there, but it's just because we have a couple of topics and a couple of people. So I've asked Mr. Liu to discuss a little bit about the affordable housing issue. And then if there are any traffic issues in discussion, then Mike Shaw is online and can answer that. So.
Thank you. Aliens.
I know, it's a crazy. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
City manager asked that I speak to affordable housing. We all know that affordable housing is complicated. We, as well as all the other cities in the country, are facing the challenge on how to address or properly address affordable housing. My prior position in a neighboring city, I was involved a lot in affordable housing, so I come with a little bit of experience on how that might be approached. What I passed out this evening is the first 2 pages, is page 25 and 26 of our 27-page document or affordable housing plan that I believe was in your packets. I kind of wanted to go straight, correct? 40? Yeah, 40. Well, okay. The one I have, maybe the one I have is 27. But I kind of wanted to go back, and again, this plan was drafted in 2017. And I kind of wanted to go straight to the goals and objectives, because a lot of the plan was filled with data that is out of date as of 2020. So I kind of wanted to talk through just real quickly the city's goals, strategies, and how we view or our approach on attacking the affordable housing challenge. The handout that I gave to each of you has some highlights, and there are red asterisks The reason why I did the red asterisk is I believe those items or those strategies are direct strategies on what we could do as a governing body as far as ordinances and policies that we may want to look at as far as, again, addressing the affordable housing challenge. It's pretty simple. I'm sure you've reviewed it, has a chance to review it. The other documents behind the first 2 pages are just supporting documents. Documents on the Home Start programs that local banks are offering. That Home Start program will be anywhere between $500 and $7,500 that one, as they go through the qualifications, could use as a down payment or to offset closing costs. So just to let you know that those programs are available and they do exist. And then the last page is just a graph that came out in the Salt Lake Tribune this afternoon at about 2 o'clock. Again, just giving us the hard facts on wages versus housing costs, wages versus rental. So again, I'm just kind of painting that whole general picture on affordable housing and the challenge of affordable housing. Going back to my previous responsibilities, one of my roles was managing the Community Development Block Grant. Part of the Community Development Block Grant from HUD was to manage a down payment assistance program for the city of St. George. Had the opportunity to be involved with that for about 15 years. I do know, because of my involvement with HUD and how making sure that I's are dotted and T's are crossed when you're dealing with federal agencies. So when you've got a program that's a HUD program, or in this case, an FHA program, realize that it's a tough challenge to, again, cross the I's, dot the I's and cross the T's. So when you've got a program that's been, approved, or at least conceptually giving you the nod that they fit within the perimeters of the FHA or the HUD requirements, they've done a pretty good job as far as qualifying for that approval. Obviously, all they've got to do at that point is make sure that the plan fits within the city ordinances and the city's zoning requirements, which I believe these gentlemen will speak towards here in about a minute or two. So we just want to give you a brush over of, again, the challenge of affordable housing, and see if you have any questions that I could answer, I should say, in regards to affordable housing that might be helpful as you consider the project that's before you.
Well, one of the main things that you brought up within this packet that I appreciate a little bit of direction on, we put within our affordable housing plan a main thing that says the city should review its zoning ordinance and policies to ensure that there is adequate opportunity to develop an adequate supply of various housing types to meet the city's diverse socioeconomic needs. So far, it's been interesting to see just our apartment surplus has come off. So many new apartments have been put in. But my mind has been wrapped around this idea of affordable housing, which is making me consider many different points of view. What would help us as a council review which particular ordinances or what particular thing would you recommend at this stage of our existence as a council that would help us enact something that would benefit this housing plan?
It's a great question. I think we'd probably approach it in different levels. I think, and again, the developers may cringe when I say this, I think incentives might be one of the lower levels. I think if it can fit within some of the ordinances that we have in place with some adjustments, let's look at that at the first brush. After that, if it cannot, and if it needs to be looked at more creatively, with some adjustments, then maybe that's what we look at next. But I also, and again, you understand this as elected officials. There comes a time as leaders that we do make hard decisions, and you guys do that every week. But there are some changes that we could do in working with Drew Element, our community development director, and his guidance and his recommendation that there are maybe pockets, I'll say pockets, of opportunities within the community that we can use to maybe spread the affordable housing products so it's not all located in one central area. So I think, again, that's all part of planning. That's all part of master plan or master design. I think that's some of the things that we can kind of consider as we kind of navigate through this challenge. But again, I think there are several different levels that we can focus on. And as we cross each level, we can look at, okay, what do we need to do to address those specific challenges?
Another question I have is a lot of where we've been addressing our affordable housing plan that we have here is within about 1.5 miles of one particular epicenter. Now, do we have anything else going on anywhere else? I'm having a hard time recognizing places where we've put things similar to what's happening later on our agenda tonight in other parts of our city. Do you know of any others that are happening currently or exist? Within, I mean, if we went from that spot, well, from Telegraph to I-15 and from Coral Canyon over to Main Street, that's kind of the main area I'm looking at right now. Outside of that area, do we have any other pockets that we're working on to develop such options?
We don't have any other pockets currently.
Right.
Again, that's one of the reasons why we probably need to relook at our master plan and see if there is pockets, right, and deal directly with those property owners. And then at that point, that's where you kind of create that incentive, quote unquote, package. Is it a zoning thing? Is it a density bonus thing? And that's something that we need to make sure that we have the appetite to take on. And if that's a great place, or is that a good place to do it in?
Would there be a downside of concentrating our efforts in one particular area right now? Because most of our efforts, as we identified, are concentrated within one part of our city. Is there a downside to that?
Right now, I don't see a downside because of a lot of reasons. I think as we evolve in our master transportation plan, I think that's going to be a critical piece. And if you can get from point A to point B, I think that will be helpful. Because in those situations or those settings, transportation is critical and key to get those residents or those apartment owners to the store and back.
And when I was going around on our current transportation that we have as a public branch within our transit system, I love, we kind of stop. We don't really go through this main area where we're targeting a lot of housing. Is that something that we should consider as a council to maybe adjust the route slightly, to maybe adjust, amount of traffic coming in and out? I don't know.
Yeah, I think, looking in the future, near future, because again, those units are being constructed now.
Right.
I think would be probably the next thought on that transportation plan, on making that as a possible leg, to be included in the overall plan. But I think that is definitely a viable strategy moving forward.
Thank you.
And Mr. Liu, now just to be clear for the residents who may be listening in at home, the city's master plan or transportation plan does not identify any areas as we sit right now for affordable housing areas. Now, what my concern is, I think we're going to have to work hard to find these because I'm afraid you're going to have a NIMBY approach, which stands for not in my backyard approach. And of course, it's going to be a community effort to get this going. But I think that we need to work on identifying those, even though it is a hard undertaking. It's a reality that everyone, when they hear the word affordable housing or the words affordable housing, they all have a warm fuzzy that, yeah, we need them. We know that the documentation supports them. But again, NIMBY. So we've got to work hard to identify those. And I appreciate Councilman Clough's wisdom in stating the fact that we need to identify those in not just one area, but it needs to be throughout our city and explore those. And also, and I know that you'll probably get this, and I apologize if this preempts your comments, but the incentives that we have to provide for builders that are real, and that we identify those, and then maybe in conjunction with those two things, we can start to work our way into a little better numbers with this.
Mm-hmm. And again, I think, you're already on that path, as a as a leadership group for Washington City, I believe you're doing or you're taking the right steps forward to address those issues. I think you had a conversation a couple of weeks ago with the Public Works Director and the city manager on a strategy of relooking how we look at impact fees.
Right.
You know, there's programs throughout the country, more so on the East Coast, in Georgia in particular, what they call it is a proportionate share impact fee. So you've got a 5,000 square foot house paying the same impact fee as a 1,100 square foot house. Obviously, the demand's going to be higher because of the square footage and possibly even the people living in there. But if not, that's a home that, again, I know we had a discussion, I heard the discussion, you know, in the meeting, but those individuals, if you're building a home that way, you could probably afford it.
Let's see, one of my main questions for asking is if there's a downside is I started off in something similar to apartments, but my concern is if you concentrate too much, you diminish the value of the service you're trying to offer in a particular area. Give you an example, we were next to 3 apartment complexes, which was a total of 4,500 units. It was insane. Because they were so concentrated close to each other, it was a unique experience to live within. It was not a safe experience for me. And I'm only speaking for myself. I'm not seeking anything for the intent of quality of products that are coming and what we already have in hand. But I did notice as we start to concentrate certain things and make them more prevalent in one area, you decrease the overall intention of that product. It's simply because there's not a buffer of a community to absorb the concept of that. If you put too much, you degrade the service. And that's why I was just really asking genuinely if there's a downside. And if there isn't, I'm willing to, you know, drop my fears at the door and move forward for the benefit of our community. But my experience in seeing this at a national standard, if you continue to concentrate a product that is a need for the community in one little region, you decrease the safety of the product, the usability of the product, and overall you make a blighted area in a long-term vision if you continue to concentrate things in just one area rather than spreading out throughout the community and really targeting through our plan other areas which we can expand into. I just feel like right now we're really breaching the capacity of a specific region. I know we need the product. I like to see it accessible. I want to see it moved into our community more, but I feel like we're at the breaking point for the concentration of one area. And I feel it will just, at this point, we're now overfilling the bucket and now losing an opportunity and decreasing the quality of life concepts in that area. And that's my overall concern.
Can I turn that into a question? Do you have any advice for us in future plans to avoid areas that are just too congested and turn into Dan's word, problem area?
Again, all I can say is break out the map, roll the map out, and just start bubbling, you know, potential areas. Not saying that it's going to be there. Start bubbling potential areas throughout the city and try and see what can fit and what makes sense in that area. I understand what you're saying. You know, I live off of Lava Flow and directly across, you know, the wash there. There's a whole bunch of, you know, affordable housing projects. And I can only say, you know, I go to, you know, Sunday meetings with them, you know, and great. I mean, we're great people and we all started there. I started in an apartment. You know, it's interesting, you know, again, it's interesting the fear, like Council Member Ivy mentioned about the NIMBY fear. My goodness, we're talking about our school teachers. We're talking about our police officers. You know, I've got a police officer that I bought a used car from 2 days ago that he had to step away from being a police officer because he couldn't afford to live. You know, he's doing well as a used car sales guy, but he worked there as 8 years as a police officer and loved his job, but he couldn't provide for his family. He couldn't live. So I think, you know, according, you know, to your question, I think it really reopening the map, having another possible work meeting, or maybe staff under the city manager can kind of come up with some suggestions, but really start bubbling in areas within the community that's can fit and will not meet major resistance. But then again, if it does, then we need to look at specific product that would fit better, that would be more palatable to the community or the neighbors in that area.
Can I add on to this discussion? Because I like the discussion of where, and I think part of the discussion is also what. I think a variety of types of properties would fit affordable attainable housing. Townhomes, duplexes, apartments, condos are certainly one of those, even single family residence. I've noticed a lot of infill in the downtown with the duplexes here and some small, fourplexes and things up the road. We do have some condos across the other side of the Mill Creek. We have lots of apartments this way. But I certainly think if you're looking at affordable housing maybe as a will, I think each of these different types of products are spokes that might fit different needs, because there's no doubt about it. We all want for the factory worker, the wage earner, the labor. We want everybody that wants to stay here to be able to find a place to live, and certainly having those spread out locations, but different types of housing is also. I don't think we can be too focused in on there's only one solution.
Exactly. So it's a multi-pronged attack.
I
It
do
has to be.
appreciate one of the things put on here was the accessory dwelling units, that if you wanted there's no place for my kids, but I have enough space on my property. Well, let's look back at our ordinance.
My
You can
neighbor,
build something there.
my neighbor has a large lot and they have an outbuilding, and they would love to have. They have a large family
Love to have
and children
family
starting to
there.
get married, and they're trying to find.
That
You
place.
see some houses where there's casitas, but an accessory dwelling unit. There are multiple solutions to this. It's not a one size fits all.
I do appreciate that perspective, because really the idea of addressing both the needs within our services, but the needs within our families. I do appreciate you looking at the broad range of our products. One thing that I would hope off of this, me as just a council member speaking for myself, let's make some action. Can you bring a map? Do we need to have this as however it needs to happen? I think we've had this conversation multiple times as a council member, but never really started to say, okay, well, here's a zone. And if we do this zone, this is what we can shoot for. Here's a zone. For me as a council member, I think we're at that point. I think none of us are happy just sitting here going, well, I hope a good thing comes to us. If that needs us to put a little bit of energy forward and saying, okay, let's shoot here and let's shoot here. And in this area and in these, look at the products that we can help push for the needs of our community. And let's diversify that to the needs. I don't think any of us are happy just sitting here hoping for the next workshop of hopefully in the future we'll sit with a map.
One thing we did, Councilman, years ago that was, I thought, creative is we created an R2 zoning, which means on certain size lots in certain areas, you can actually build 2 dwelling units, which is another solution.
Really interesting, because that's exactly where my thought was going, just with the brainstorming that was going on, is I've lived in neighborhoods in the past where basement apartments, and they weren't necessarily originally designed for that, but they became that, and that was extremely successful at providing housing. And you have on-site management because the owner is living upstairs, and it's a pretty ideal circumstance. And, maybe just looking at tweaking those rules, and you have to have some codes in place there, but even just increasing the advertising of how and making it a little easier to come up with R2 zoning.
Councilman Ward, that goes along with what idea that I had. In fact, I had a conversation today with a gentleman that is trying to build an accessory building. And we have quite a restrictive element in our code right now, in that you can't build over 50% of the square footage in the main dwelling unit. And so if you try to build something, if you do have the space or the room on your property to do it, you're still restricted by setbacks, but you're also restricted. And I believe that there might be some state oversight on that. But the way our code is right now is you can only build, if you have a 2,000 square foot home, you can only build a 1,000-foot accessory building that could possibly meet some of that criteria. So maybe at some future point, if that conversation goes that way, we maybe need to just look at that and see. So,
And I love the idea of setbacks. I also like the idea of setbacks, not just for accessory buildings, but also for lots that are laid out. And perhaps we consider an ordinance wherein we have shorter side yard setbacks, and in a community where maybe we don't require a block wall to divide those properties. And all of those would save, the developer could put more units in there, but it would also save costs without having to have the walls. I think it's something that the Planning Commission could actually lead up a part of the discussion. I know Commissioner Musso has had some thoughts about that. Councilman Coates, as in your profession, what do you think about?
Well, you already have those type of developments already.
I mean, a lot of times they do twin homes and they're just tighter developments and they don't do walls in between. And they're just, I mean, there's all sorts of different things that we can
But
do.
you
with
can lay,
zoning.
you can lay those lots out where they're more narrow.
Well,
and
that's what they do. Is,
because
I mean, you could have
I
zero.
like, I mean, I know twin homes, but
No, I'm just saying there's a development that I'm working on that you have zero lot line.
that's what we're talking. That's the term I'm looking
It's
for.
not, but you really don't have a lot line. There's no lot line. It's just you own the pad. That's what twin homes are. It's
But
not
I'm
a twin
talking
home
about
as
not
in
twin
two-
homes,
hold
not
on,
twin
hold on.
homes, single.
Let me change my verbiage. Patio homes.
Okay, I understand.
So a patio home, smaller. It's just a footprint of the building. We see them all. We see them all the time, and then they don't put fences in between them. Sometimes they do,
Yeah.
but they're really narrow sections, and they have the homes that are spread out. We can
That's
do those
example, like
developments.
Heritage Fields, there is a percentage of patio homes off of that one.
Yeah, that one had single family patio and townhomes.
Right.
So that there are those types of things that we can do to help with affordable housing, but they end up not being that affordable. Is I think the big problem.
Well, that's always the question with the product is how affordable is it
Yeah.
really,
It's
right?
acceptable, 'cause
I
they're
mean,
gonna
we can
sell
talk
that
about
town- they're gonna
ideas
sell
that
that
can save
patio
costs for
home.
developers, but at the end of the day, the cost is the cost.
That's the problem. Is it costs so much to put in the streets and the roads, and you can tighten it up as much as you want on single family, but ultimately that, I mean, townhomes are ranging from 260 to 300 plus. So I mean, just not trying to. I think the hard part is unless you go vertical, you can't get density to make it affordable in the current market right now.
One of the main things that with that, Councilman, I'd just like to add, I appreciate Councilman Staley for pushing on this. I think every part of our community has something that fits within their community to add to this need. And it's not the same product. In
Yeah.
some places, it's the basement apartment. In some places, it's the accessory dwelling unit because there's a space. In other places, but that's the point is we can look better within these communities because each part of our city has its idea of community and its own identity. Or else we'd all just call it Washington. There's the Fields, there's Green Springs, there's downtown. But they all have their own sense of community and they have their own way in which they can address this product better, what we're trying to present. And I think that if we reached out to those communities and push the concepts of how can we make this more attainable in your community? Is it basements? Is it apartments? I'd like to push that way. And even if we have to have an open forum and say, in this area, you live here, if we were to do affordable housing, here are the options we see it. Which one do you think fits in your community where you live? And start getting that input back in and really start to push where we want to put those bubbles. I would like the people to give us a better understanding where we put the bubbles and what there, rather than just saying, here you go. I always trust in the idea of our community and their sense of their liberties and the sense of their property. We have good-hearted people trying to provide places for homes, for their children, for workers. Let's provide that for them. That would be great.
May I interject? We have 5 minutes left,
Sorry.
and we have two gentlemen that would like to probably share some
Yeah,
of their
for sure.
wisdom and insight. So
Thank you, Mr. Liu.
Thank you.
While they're
No.
coming up, Mayor, may I just make one comment? The other prong to that, to the affordable housing equation is good paying jobs.
It's true.
Yeah.
That helps a lot.
Keep working on it, okay, Matt? On that other prong,
He's a good
the
man.
good paying job prong.
Okay, I'm gonna go fast because Ben has good stuff. Really quickly, in Washington City right now, my name's Brady Ducher. I'm one of the developers for Red Vista. In Washington City right now, there are 131 homes for sale, everything from trailers to a $4 million house. You have more homes in Washington City, over 1 million, than you do under 300,000. Their average is about 410. There are homes available for FHA loans. You have one under 288,000. FHA approved condos in Washington City, 0. FHA approved condos in Washington County, 0. There are 5 that say they are, but if you check the HUD website, they're not. The agents don't know what they're doing. Number 2, these are owner occupied condos. They're not apartments. These are people who are gonna pay a real estate agent. They're gonna pay a title company when they buy it. They're gonna pay their mortgage broker when they buy it. They're going to go and decorate it and pay furniture and live there and be vested in the community.
Your condos, 2 quick questions.
Yeah.
Size and square footage
950 feet,
and anticipated listing price.
100, well, it's growing every time. Every time we come here and we lop off the top of one building or we do something, we wanted to be in the low 180s. And now I'm gonna have to start saying we're in the high 180s because we can't absorb all the things that we're doing to try and accommodate all the tinkering that we're doing with this project. Real quickly, because they're owner occupied, to us, it's not just apples and oranges, it's apples and walruses as far as the difference between condos and apartments. Up there, you can get help if you make less than $40,000. In our condos, you can buy one of these if you make $16 an hour with an FHA loan. A quick word on FHA. There are projects out there that are just cash only, and that's what happens. Then there are projects that come in, they make a bunch of promises to you, and then they'll sell them to whoever gives them money, and they're basically conventional only, and that's it. Then there are projects that are FHA approved, and that means you've got to jump through hoop after hoop after hoop just to get an approval for an FHA approved project. That's where we are on this project right here.
Do we have that documentation?
It is, that's my next point.
Okay.
FHA last year made it, said you have to build the project and get a certificate of occupancy before we'll give you approval. And so now what they've done is said all developers that have any kind of exit strategy that says we want to be FHA approved because we've told the city and we want to get all those FHA buyers that can put 3.5% down and that's it. Now you've got to build the building and make like a $2 million bet that you're going to be able to go. There hasn't been one approved in Washington County in 15 years. So we've done it, and they changed it last year and said, we're not going to do it on plans anymore. We're going to do it on buildings standing there. So now we got to make a $2 million bet on the first building, but we already have 30 of these approved. So it's a 6-week process for us. But the first time we did it was a year. And so no one's going to come after us and go, hey, we're going to do an FHA project. We're going to build it, and we're going to get approval, and we're going to let it sit there during the year while we try and get approval. They might not get approval. It's until FHA changes that, there's no other projects that are going to come because no one's going to dust off old plans and come and say, we've got this one approved already 15 years ago. I think they're going to do it again. So every time we tinker with this project, and I've come close to convincing them to do 1-bedroom apartments. And they said, here's the problem. We'd have to build that before we get FHA approval. We're not willing to do that. We're going to stick with what we do, two-bedroom condos. That's what we do. We know they'll approve it. We can't tinker with it anymore. Otherwise, we're at a huge risk of not getting approved by FHA. That's the end. I need Ben to say some stuff.
Thanks, Brady.
I'll be brief as well. I'm going to sit down because I'm going to flip through some plans here and take my glasses off. So real quick, Councilman Clough, we totally understand as far as that central mass and that kind of critical mass of where a lot of these units are going. I think the biggest difference here is most of the product type that is affordable right now in the Sienna Hills area is all apartments. And so the biggest differentiator here is purchasing. Obviously, this is a product that is going to be able to be purchased. And that's, again, on that first page of your Washington City General Plan. Goal number 1 is to increase the opportunity for low to moderate income households to purchase affordable housing. And so I won't go through any of the others as Matt and Brady went through. I just want to talk through a few of the nuts and bolts real quick. We did have some traffic analysis done. We'd previously had one done on the site when it was going to be a hotel, and then from a hotel to add a small fast serve drive-through restaurant. And so with that, that would generate approximately 70 trips per hour in that kind of a use. With this development, it is at 33 per hour. So you can see there's almost half the amount of trip generations per hour during peak time that the housing development would have. With that, the final thing is just to go through the plan really quick of some modifications that we made that I think will be much more palpable, I think, to the concerns that were brought out. I spoke with the fire chief at length yesterday. He was gone last week. Otherwise, we would have had this done sooner. But we spoke at length at how to make the fire turnaround work, as well as then the building heights. The building height became a slight issue because of the ladder truck being able to reach to a 4-story building from out in the middle of the drive aisle. So what we did is we compromised with him. He was willing to let us go with one building at 4, and we brought the rest of them down to 3-story and just increased to a 5-unit footprint. So what that did is give us building units A, B, C, and E as all 3-story, buildings, and then one single 4-story building that's the smallest unit. So what that did is give us a total of 76 units, which was down from our original 84. That still gives us over 42% of open space and landscaping within the project, and we still have all of the minimum parking stalls, as well as now then the turnaround and fire hydrants and so on and so forth that the fire chief was in agreement with. So
76 units still?
it's at 76 units. Okay. The original plan was 84. So with that, that's just more than nuts and bolts items. We moved trash dumpsters as well. That became a concern, obviously, again, with the Bristol Park folks. We brought those away from the fence line. Looped the water line, as Councilman Coates had brought up. We have
Just-
that.
Why don't you tie it into Telegraph?
Excuse me?
Why don't you tie it straight into Telegraph?
Brandon didn't want us to go back out. Our existing connection comes from 1100 East. Otherwise we would. They just didn't want, anyway, that's a whole nother.
Whatever, just curiosity.
Yeah, they
Whatever.
wanted us to go straight back. They didn't want us to go back into Telegraph. So, but we can, I mean, yeah, those are small things. If we,
Yeah, you can work that
we
out
can
in
work the
Public
nuts and
Works.
bolts
I
of
just
those
don't
things. Yeah. No, I hear you. So that's pretty much it on the changes to the plan from the last meeting we had. So any other questions?
Any additional questions?
I just have one comment. You reminded me of the long-standing love affair I have had with brevity. Thank you.
Well, I know we're at the end and everybody starts shutting off when we get to the next item. So I wanted to hit the points as quick as we could. So
Thank you, Ben and Brady. Thank you for coming. We appreciate that. And we will entertain a motion to adjourn, and then we'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back.
I'll make that motion, Mayor.
Thank you. Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, 5-minute break. Right there, Ben, it'd be great. Thanks. Doug?
He did. Coates. Coates beat me to it, but I was a third of it if you needed to. Say our names when we say them. I'm reading it.
Mayor, I don't think your mic is turned on.
Hosted at the Washington City offices. Again, we are having an electronic regular meeting, city council meeting. Those of you that would like to be on this via broadcast, it's online, washingtoncity.org/meetings. I've asked Councilman Clough if he will offer the invocation, and Councilman Ward if he will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear holy God in heaven, we are so grateful for this opportunity to come together and celebrate in a group the freedoms of our society. We are so grateful for those who work so hard in their day-to-day lives to work out their incomes and their lives to be a part of our society, from our residents to our leadership to those who support us in our economy and in our city functions. We pray thy blessing be upon us, and pray that as we remember the captivity of this great nation to the laws and ordinances of sovereignty rather than the republic, and over the conflicts that we have had over human injustice, whether it be from human rights to our freedoms of religious worship. We pray that we may be a people noble, able to support the cause of freedom, the ability to step forward and say what needs to be said, and to do those things which are charitable and yet firm into our resolve to promote those freedoms to our current lives and to our children. While we have not suffered the loss of war, as many have fallen in previous generations, we pray that we may not keep our freedoms as cheap, expendable, and transferable, but that we may retain these rights and liberties to ourselves, that they are inalienable. We are so grateful for this, our time, to stand up and speak on behalf of so many great things that can be lost, but also to support the cause of genuine concern and medical needs within our community. May we be mindful as we do good unto others, we do good unto ourselves. We are grateful for this opportunity and pray thy blessings upon us. In the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen. Please rise and follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance to this great country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve our agenda for this evening.
So made.
Councilman Clough made the motion.
Councilman Coates, second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Item 2, announcements. Anything to announce? Let's see, we probably should announce the county fair. The parade is on the
August 4th.
August
it's a
4th,
Tuesday.
thank you, at 7 o'clock.
I think it starts a little earlier. Let me look really quick.
And then they will have an activity at our park afterwards, correct? Okay.
At what time? Are you looking that up?
I thought it was at 7 o'clock. I thought they were going to do it a little later. 24th of July is coming up. The city will be doing fireworks, and the community center will be open for swimming and activities. So we encourage and invite all of those that would like to participate. The fireworks will probably start around dark.
Mayor, I know that Stanley Farm had some activities Wednesday also down on the 24th.
Okay.
I'm not sure what their events are, but they have some things planned there.
Great.
Mayor, you're correct. The parade is at 7 p.m.
Thank you, Councilman.
At 8 p.m. there's a kickoff celebration here at
Kickoff,
Veterans Park.
Thank you. All right, item 3, declaration of abstentions and conflicts.
Mayor, I wanted to declare, like I did last time for item 7C, that I gave some advice, but I plan on voting.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to item 4 then, consent agenda. To approve the minutes from the city council meetings of 7/8 and 7/9, 2020, and final plats. Consideration to approve the final plat for Crimson Park Phase 1 located at 550 East, 4150 South. Applicant Development Solutions Group, Inc., And second item, consideration to approve the final plat for Crimson Fields Phase 4, located approximately 350 East, 4200 South, applicant Development Solutions Group, Inc. Any questions or comments on the consent agenda? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, if there's no further conversation, I move that we approve the consent agenda as outlined.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll do a roll call vote.
Councilman Ivy seconded.
Councilman Ivy second. Clough
Made the motion.
made the motion. Ivy second. Thank you, Councilman Ward. Now we'll do a roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Clough, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. Item 5, RAP tax, consideration to approve the RAP tax request for funding. We will start with the Southwest Symphony. Any additional discussion or a motion? I would entertain.
Yeah, I have just a thought to throw out to the council. A thought that occurred to me as we were looking, and I was kind of considering the amount of contributions based on population, just kind of in my head. I just want to start the conversation with perhaps $10,000 now and considering a report back in January for another 10.
I was considering the same thing, Councilman Staley. One of the main things is, obviously, I really appreciate how they're addressing a lot of our high need people that would miss out on this. I love them reaching out to Switchpoint and reaching out to veterans, and I think that's very noble. I noticed that they were expecting $30,000 in tickets and sales. And if we put that, we would completely, anything they had as an impact from COVID would be handled by us. I think that we are a part of the county and the community. I don't think we should cover all of that. I appreciate you leading out with a dollar figure. I'm fine supporting that. Is there anyone else who supports?
What is the council's thoughts too about if let's say we consider half and half at the end of the year, asking a report back from how they approached the other local cities as well?
I think I think it just ensures the common idea of this is a county request rather than a city request. We've been very generous to our cities because that is specific to our city. And I think that should be honored. But if we can participate in something, I understand participating, but I don't feel like we carry the burden of fully funding those things. So I would like to see something come back. I don't know if we should promise something other than what we do tonight though, but encourage them to come back. Because I don't want them to have a point of coming out, well, we used it, we therefore must earn this. I think we should definitely support it to a degree and have them come back and just report and see if we want to further that as a council.
One, appreciate those thoughts. So I don't mean to interrupt. I guess I had a question, and my thought was the 30,000. Was that based on their current sales that they have at the Dixie Center, or is it
All
their
of its ticket revenue?
Or is it the projected? Because they project to be a lot less because they have to fill, but I don't know what they're like. Maybe they can't get the 30,000 that they need. They're planning 30, but what if?
Well, they're asking for 20, right? You're talking about the
No,
30
I'm
that
talking
they're reducing
okay,
their budget.
first, let me be more clear. Maybe my mind's working faster than I'm speaking. My thought was, they're saying that because of COVID, they have to space out more.
Right.
But my first thought is, do they fill up the full Dixie Center originally? If they fill it fully up, then, and we can only fit 1/5, now their ticket revenue went way below 30,000, as the 30,000 was what they project from last year, but this year it's going to be way less. So that is my question. So if they can't guarantee that they're going to get their 30,000 because of all the requirements on the new, then they're even in more strain.
Right. Well, I agree with that. That I feel like this is a very innovative group trying to continue something. I mean, they have 7 salaries split up in $52,000. I don't feel them like they're greedy. I don't feel like they're trying to get out there and, we want to make sure we take care of ourselves. I really feel like they're trying to be more innovative. I do like your conversation of, is this decreased projection based off of COVID?
Yeah.
Or is that
But
COVID
my other thought
projection?
was, if they only fill up 500 seats, then is that really going to impact you? Because maybe you're just spread out a little farther than you typically were but it still costs the same amount. So I was just thinking that over the break. And then my other thought was, isn't this event like before January?
Yeah.
Don't they need the money
They have
before
multiple
January?
events.
That's my
Is that
concern.
the big event you're talking?
Yeah, the big event that,
Gala or whatever it
The
is.
title of this is the 40th anniversary spectacular.
but I thought it was in September.
Proposal
Oh, October
specifics.
2020. So it's October 2020, and basically they have to front the 10,000 and then come back and ask for it if we do that. So
I don't get the impression that event is contingent upon all of this funding.
It's
I
just
get
one of many.
I get the more of the impression these are their operating costs throughout the year because they had listed
How
other
can we help?
others as well. I could have read that wrong.
Well,
but
maybe-
that's how
maybe
I
I read it
interpreted
wrong too, because
that's how I interpreted it.
I interpreted that there's a little bit of both, but the main money was going to this one event. Is kind of what I interpreted.
I really
They,
like
they
the-
were in our previous meeting. Are they still possibly on the line?
Yes, I am here.
Oh, by all
Good. We got some questions for you.
I'm here. I'd be happy to answer your questions.
This is Councilman Coates. Did you hear my question? Let's start with 30,000 ticket sales. Is that your projected for this year with COVID, or is it your last year's dollar amount?
Right, that's a good question. Just to preface, my name is Alice Gardner, and I'm the chairman of the board of the Southwest Symphony. And the projections that I gave you is based on COVID. Our ticket sales this last year were around $75,000. So we have adjusted our budget significantly, knowing that we cannot feel the costs as in years past. So those projected numbers are modest numbers.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question is if the proposed application is reduced for the time being, does that affect this concert? Or I guess is my question, is all these funds going toward that, or are they just for operating costs?
This is a series of concerts, right?
Yes, it's a series of concerts. Our season begins in September, ends in May, and we put on around 11 concerts during that season from that time period. So these costs run throughout the entire season. It's not just for one event. It's to celebrate the 40th season of the symphony for the year. Did that answer your question?
It did.
Okay.
Can you give me an idea? You said this in our previous meeting, but you estimated about how many people or what percentage of participants came from Washington City?
About 30% from Washington City. And
How do you track those?
97% of our patron database is in Southern Utah. So we pretty much serve all of Southern Utah. We don't get people from other parts of the state or outside of Utah, but we do have a big presence in Washington City, and a lot of our musicians are from Washington City as well. They're teachers, music teachers in the schools, and of course our music education outreach meets the needs of students in Washington City as well. So.
I have a bit of a random question for you.
Okay.
It shows on your website that you were the best of state 2019. Are you guys?
And 2020.
And 2020?
Yes.
It's impressive.
Yeah, and that is, I would say that is because of our 5-year strategic plan. Honestly, we've set some really concrete goals, and every year we have met those benchmarks. And those pillars of our strategic plan have really propelled us forward in investing in our staff and employees, and investing in our musicians, and making sure we are providing this community with a high-end experience, a top quality experience, because I believe that that's what we need. And especially as we see the growth in our cities, in our county, we want to continue to provide that. So in order to grow, we need to look at additional funding to be able to do that. We realize that maybe this might not be the year to do that with everything going on, but we do want to, we are more determined than ever to keep providing beautiful music to our community. And we did a recent survey, and we believe overwhelmingly people responded that they wanted the symphony to come back, even with social distancing, with masks. And so we're determined to do that and keep providing music and the arts to our community. That's important to us, and that's what we want to do.
On your website, at the bottom of your homepage, you show that you have funding from Washington County RAP and City of St. George RAP. It looks like there's a nice spot for Washington City for our logo as well, if we donate some RAP funds or allocate some.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Making sure.
Yes. And that's something that I have made a goal to do, is make sure that our sponsors and our funders are very visible on our website. And at the beginning of each concert, I go out onto the stage and I recognize those sponsors who make our concerts possible. So that will be done in that way. And also on all our posters, in our playbills, we recognize everyone who donates to the symphony. And as a 501c3, that's important to us, to make sure that everyone in the community is recognized who supports us.
Ma'am, forgive me. What was your name again?
Alice Gardner.
Alice, one of the main things that I really appreciate about your presentation is just the genuine approach which you took. We appreciate your company's and organizations' desire to continue in the midst of so much adversity. RAP tax is unique in our community because I feel like our portion is usually mainly designated for the needs within our city. That's why it's separated for us. But hearing how our city participates within this has moved me to really consider more of how we could help out. I would feel, as a council, I would like to further Councilman Staley's idea of pushing for the $10,000 at this point, and maybe just giving an opportunity to help other cities feel more comfortable investing into this as a need within our community. I don't feel comfortable with the full 30, but I would.
20.
I was a 20.
20.
My bad, forgive me. I was 30s and 20s. I would feel more comfortable within that 10, and we're very appreciative of the service. I love the arts. I love the symphony. And I appreciate their desire to continue on at this time. That's my feeling.
Can I ask staff to give us the numbers where we're currently at with our RAP tax? Do they have those readily available that we can?
Kimberly, are you
I just want to know what
Roger?
Have those.
Yeah, so I believe that you have a packet, and I could pull it up quick, but I believe we have a RAP packet that is in your drive, and that I'd have to look. It's going to take me a minute to get there, but we've kept a RAP tax packet there. And if you go in there, I know finance has done a pretty good job. It's not in your meeting. It's going to be its own thing. And I'll find it and let you know where it is. But we have a RAP tax packet that we keep with you guys all the time, and finance keeps that up with your available funds. If you'll give me just a few minutes, I can look that up.
Thank you.
Okay, I just want to see, because we have two items.
Under information resources.
Information resources.
So the first page of the council packet.
RAP tax income. Yeah. Okay.
There's actually.
Doesn't look like there's anything.
So let me just show you. So on the 2019, I'm sorry, the July 2019, what was it, the July? No, I want more before that or after that. Let me see where that form is, Councilman, and we'll get that here.
Mayor, while he's looking, could I ask Alice another question?
Sure.
Alice, we were talking about the gala event. It wasn't your intention that this RAP money goes towards just that event, but basically across your budget, and that's just one of the many items. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's not for the gala. The gala, we're hoping, will happen and not until the end of this year, and it will be in conjunction with our finale season concert. And it will be different in years past because of COVID. We won't be gathering for dinner and an auction and that sort of thing. We'll have it in conjunction with the concert. So it's a little bit different format, and that won't be held until the end of the season. So these funds would not be used for the gala.
Thank you.
I think while we're waiting, I can entertain a motion, unless you want to have the number before.
Yeah, Councilman, it might just take me a little bit more. I don't have it readily available, but so sorry about that, but I'll keep digging here.
Well, Mayor, I'm fine making a motion. I'm fine making a motion that we approve. Forgive me, I did get a printout of this, and it's taking me a while bouncing back and forth between our resources and everything else. That we approve a RAP tax contribution of $10,000 to, let me make sure I have this right.
Southwest Symphony
Southwest
Orchestra, Inc.
Symphony. Say that again.
Southwest Symphony Orchestra, Inc.
Southwest Symphony Orchestra Music. At this
Orchestra,
time.
Inc.
Orchestrating Inc. So $10,000 to the applicant at this time.
I'd be happy to second with just the invitation to fill out what the other cities in the area's appetite is, and possibly come back without any commitment from us, but you're welcome to come back and give us a report on how that 10,000 was used and benefited you.
Thank you. We appreciate that. It's very generous of you.
That's a second by Staley.
Okay. Motion by Clough, second by Staley. We'll do a roll call vote. Councilman Coates.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Clough, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
All right, that's approved. Move on to the second RAP tax request. Any additional discussion or comment?
I think, I don't know. This one's tough for me.
Does it feel a little rushed?
Yes.
To me, it kind of feels a little rushed. Like I'm not against the idea of more pickup parkers, but I'm just.
What I would like to see is I'd like to see the layout on the image on top of what we're looking at. And I'm not saying we don't need pickleball courts, because I think we probably do, based on, I mean, I have a set out in front of my office and I'm amazed. And that's a private court, and I'm amazed how it's full all day long. And it's not just one demographic of age, it's all demographics. So I'm quite surprised at how much they're used. I just don't know if it's the right spot, and I hate to lose the amenity, but I'm also not opposed to the spot if it works out for the community center. I have to trust in staff that know better than me who run the community center. But I would like to maybe table this for the next meeting and look at a schematic of how it's laid out and how we're going to access this and how we're going to protect it from non-user in the community center if we're trying to use it within our community center. Just a couple of things like that is kind of my thought, but
I'll second the motion.
I haven't made a motion. I'm just saying I'm thinking about making the motion.
And then maybe explore some other sites, just to see if there is somewhere.
I do like the aspects of.
I'm sorry, Councilman Ivy, I didn't catch your comment.
I'm sorry, I just said, and to go along with Councilman Coates' comments, is just maybe explore some other options or some other locations in case we find that really isn't something that the council would like to do. Then at least we'd have some contingencies.
Well, one of my main things when I appreciate the conversation is, I mean, if we're moving to where we want as a city to increase the activities of having a pickleball league, that seemed like a direction where we wanted to go from staff. I just look at the abundance of what we have, though they're used. I've sat down at Sullivan Park until 11:30 at night watching people play pickleball, because in Southern Utah, when the sun goes down, things become possible. And non-stop after our normal park hours, there's still people out there just playing and playing and playing. I'm not saying there's not a demand for it, but if we're going to change the function and nature of one of our greatest recreation tools, which is our rec center, where our community comes together and everything else. I'd appreciate more of a discussion point rather than please fund this. I appreciate how that kind of came up. We like to see how it's placed, but also, is that really the best possible thing we can do to alter that particular vehicle of our community? Because that's what brings us together and helps us associate and provide opportunities for our youth. They're really the main people I'm trying to focus on, especially our teenage areas. So if we can do something to really, if we're going to really modify the rec center and dump $250,000 into it, I just don't know if pickleball is the best thing for that. That's the main concern that I have.
You know, Councilman, as you were talking, I just had the idea too, that if we can bring our pump park to fruition, and there might be some property there that we could allocate for a pickleball court that would add to the amenities there as well.
And I think we can address those areas, other parks as that. I think, and I do like how staff brought together, hey, we have this space. It's hardly ever used. Maybe we can make it usable and more beneficial to the community. We don't have a pickleball court. Well, I guess we do with the Boilers Park, relatively close, but maybe we can bring the pickleball community to the community center as well and bring in more people to the community center. It's just, I don't mind. I think I thought it was a good way how they brought it.
I think it was.
I think the discussion is happening now. So I don't think they didn't bring the discussion. I think it's here. They're asking for the money. Let's discuss it now.
And
But
that
it doesn't
was
have to
the-
be decided tonight. Is all I'm saying.
The appropriate time to bring it was with RAP applications, because
It
that's the
is
way they want to
correct.
fund it.
Yeah.
But I would, Councilman Coates, I would be supportive of tabling this for 2 weeks and looking to see just a bit of a schematic and a little bit of a drawing of how that might be laid out. If the rest of the council is on board with tabling for 2 weeks.
So unless there's further discussion there,
Any more discussion? If not, I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. We table item 5A-2 is what I'm going to call it, for the second application for the pickleball courts at the community center to be tabled for 2 weeks to the next, it'll actually be more than 2 weeks, to the next council meeting of August 12th.
Councilman Coates, would that be something you want them to bring back the design and stuff for them? To
I would
show
just like
specific?
a layout of how the pickleball courts would land on the property currently is what I'm after.
Then I
If
would,
that makes sense.
yeah, then I would second that. Councilman Clough second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilman Coates to table and a second by Councilman Clough. We'll go with the roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
I would just like to mention that my vote has nothing to do with the fact that my children have started beating me in pickleball. Ward, aye.
Clough, aye.
Ivy, aye.
My vote has nothing to do with that I don't play. Not that I don't want to, that I just haven't had the opportunity. Coates, aye.
All right, that is tabled. Move on to item 6, resolution. Consideration to approve a resolution setting the property tax levy for Washington City fiscal year 2020. Carrie Wheelwright, you there, Carrie?
I'm here, Mayor. Mayor, Councilman, thank you for the opportunity to come before you tonight. I am bringing the auditor's proposed tax rate for Washington City for the tax year of 2020. That rate is 0.001104. You should have a worksheet that was in your packet that explains that to you. That would provide us with income on the property tax end of things of $3,262,502 for the tax year of 2020. Actually, the levy has gone down just a little bit from what it was a year ago. Last year, it was at 0.001148. So we've seen it drop down just a little bit, but it's because we've had a new building in the area and because we've had property values have risen. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them.
Carrie, this is Councilman Ivy. Appreciate you joining us tonight. The levy and the tax rate are the same thing. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
The tax levy and the tax rate is actually the same thing.
It's the same thing, yes.
That appreciate that. So just in a way of a conversation, hopefully it can be enlightening to some. The state sets the tax rate, and
Well, the county sets the tax rate.
the county sets the tax rate. The state
That's correct.
does more of an enforcement, and so really the Washington City has very little say in the mill levy for our city. Is that correct?
Well, it would be correct unless we were proposing to have an increase in our tax rate, and we would have to go to a truth in taxation hearing, and we would have to notify the county back in January or February, because there would have to be a public hearing to give the public the opportunity to reply to that tax increase that we would be proposing.
Okay, appreciate that. So then something that's unique to our city that may not be in other cities is that residents that live in Coral Canyon would actually pay for their SSD as well as the county tax rate until their special service district is paid off. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And Carrie, just also for those listening, our tax rate is able to go down because in theory, the property values are going up. So is it basically a revenue neutral, a revenue level to the city?
That is exactly correct. They use a three-year rolling average to give us a guarantee as far as what our revenue would be so that we can use that for budget purposes.
So this levy rate is what the county recommended, and you reviewed that and discussed that with them?
That's correct.
And you're comfortable with this?
Yes.
But we don't necessarily have any protection within the way the state assesses this levy with inflation. We actually have to make
Well, at
adjustments.
this stage of the game, we pretty much take what they have proposed simply because we did not meet the qualifications of holding the public hearing and the truth in taxation hearing back at the first part of the year. We would have to have that information into the state tax commission and into the county by January or February if we were planning on raising our tax rate. And Washington City has not proposed a property tax increase in, it's been about 20 years.
Councilman Ward, you're correct, though. There is not an inflationary component. And that's one of the discussions communities have had across is does the cities, because they're the ones that have to initiate such an increase through the process that Carrie is describing, but there is no inflationary increase. So when your home was originally assessed, if no changes occurred with it, that's still the revenue that's coming in.
So when a resident might see an increase in their taxes, then it would actually be because the value of their home is going up rather than there's a tax increase.
Well, let me correct that. And so usually when they'll see an increase, yes. So usually they'll see an increase, but what the city will do, so if they add on to their home, they could possibly see an increase. If they add any new features to their home, pools or things like that, then they would see an increase, and we would see an increased revenue from that. It's typically meant, though, that if their home whatever their home is assessed at, the certified tax rate will float so the revenue stays neutral. And that's how it works. It's not a precise science, of course. And so people will say, well, but mine did go up, but it's a revenue neutral. They set the certified tax rate to what Councilman Staley was saying, so that it's a revenue neutral to the city with the addition of new growth, and that new growth includes any new additions, any new, that sort of stuff there. And so,
and to add to what the manager said, I'm one of those guys that say, but mine did go up. And I've looked at it like over year. And it's exactly right, Councilman Ivey. It's because the assessed value of my home, although the tax rate's gone down, I've paid more every year. And maybe it's been different for others, but as my home has been assessed at a higher value, even though the rate has dropped, I've ended up paying a little bit more. It's not the end of the world. It's not a huge tax.
The other thing we want to remind citizens too, because they often equate their tax bill to Washington City, and Washington City is only a very small portion of the tax bill. As a matter of fact, a very small portion. And so oftentimes the taxing entities will have tax adjustments that will affect it. But as Carrie mentioned, we have not had any tax adjustment for a couple of decades.
And as I've looked at it, I've been specific to the Washington City tax levy, but yeah, this is good.
So Mr. Wheelwright, the way I understand it, for your primary residence, it's 55% of value, but if you own a second home, it's
That's
assessed
correct.
at 100%.
That is also correct. And just to put it in perspective, if you had a $250,000 average home in Washington City, the Washington City portion of the property tax based on this tax rate that has been proposed by the auditor would be about just a little over $150. So that big tax bill that you get isn't all Washington City.
All right, thank you, Carrie. I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll motion that we approve a resolution setting the property tax levy for Washington City fiscal year 2020 at 0.001104.
Councilman Staley made the proposal. Do I have a second?
I will second that.
Councilman Ivy second. We'll go roll call vote. Start with Councilman Clough.
Clough, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye. Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
All right, that one passes. We'll go to item B, consideration to approve a resolution setting the property tax levy for Washington City Special Service District in Coral Canyon for the fiscal year 2020.
Mayor, I'll make that motion.
Thank you.
Second by Clough.
Just by way of conversation on this is the one that I can't always remember how it fluctuates. Carrie Wheelwright, can you just remind me how this one fluctuates?
I can. When the Coral Canyon Special Service Districts were first put in place, we had in the bond itself, in the bond documents, that it would be held at a 0.003 tax rate. We refinanced those back in 2016 and combined all of the Special Service District bonds into one bond and shortened the amount of time for the payment. And as we did that, why it built up a bit of a reserve that we had using the 0.003. So this one has been going down the last couple of years to give some relief to the people that live out in Coral Canyon and to get this bond paid off more quickly. And you'll see it continue to go down over the next few years until we get this bond paid off. It's scheduled to be paid in 2027.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions, comments? All right,
Should I start that motion over?
please.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve a resolution setting the property tax levy for Washington City Special Service District in Coral Canyon for the fiscal year 2020 in the amount of 0.001812.
Second by Clough.
Ivy made the resolution. Clough seconded. Roll call vote. Start with Councilman Ward.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye. Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Clough, aye.
All right, thank you. Item C, continuation to consideration of the approval of a resolution approving the proposed 10-year residential waste collection agreement between the Washington County Special Service District Number 1 and Republic Services, and B, the proposed solid waste collection agreement between Washington County Special Service District Number 1 and the City of Washington pertaining to billing and collection for solid waste services and related matters. Faye E. River, attorney for WCSSD Number 1.
So, Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Faye wasn't able to come this time. He had two other councils to hit tonight as well. Was there any further discussions? I know that Councilman Staley and I met with Roger and Carrie on a couple of notification that we worked on. Maybe we can address those, Councilman Staley. Correct me if I miss any.
Yeah.
We talked about sending out an email to the residents we have. We talked about sending out a letter about it. And then we talked about putting it in our water bills as well. And then social media as much as possible.
And then a link on the website on the city website.
On the page we already have, just adding a link to
And
help.
maybe even a banner on the homepage. The thought is we don't want anyone to not be informed, that it's their choice whether they participate in recycling or not.
And forgive me for missing the meeting, but did we validate that one of the key cogs in this is those who are already opted out will remain opted out at this time?
Yeah, so on that, I think I addressed this last time, but hopefully oh, sorry.
You're good.
After our meeting we had, I went and met with the executive committee and addressed the concerns that we had about the opt-out. They agreed and changed in the language that, because they had multiple concerns from multiple cities, that anyone that was opt-out originally will be opted out. They will be grandfathered in. So they've made that item available and opted. Anyone who's in is in. But hope that they really hope that you join, but we understand if you don't want to be a part of it. So they got that language in. And the other item that we discussed was the country way. And they also brought in that the path has to be Telegraph, Washington Parkway Telegraph, over for their main collection and not down Country Way. And the only garbage distribution that can happen down Country Way is standard pickup.
Nice.
And by my count, that was a reasonable accommodation by them on every point that our council brought up.
Yes,
right?
those were everything we asked for.
And I think as we communicate this, it's important, like you said, Councilman Clough, that we communicate that if you have opted out, you do not have to opt out again. You're already opted out. But however, you can opt in if you've changed your mind. So it's important that we communicate that. I think another question that comes up is just a question about recycling. So I think it's important that we are able to educate those that of the process in which the recycling's happening.
So one of the things that they brought, I was trying to find it here in the email that received earlier today from Faye. They addressed that some of the language is that it gets confusion wise. They deliver all the recycling to our landfill. Then they basically unload it and reload it up again and send it to Vegas. So the trucks don't go straight from where they pick it up down to Vegas. They're delivered to a different vehicle and then driven down. And that's been added into the agreement as well. So that clarification that it might seem like it's going to the landfill, because it is, but it's not going into the landfill. It's being processed. And there's a percentage that goes to the landfill because not everyone puts is that what you're asking, Councilman Staley?
Exactly. I'm glad that because I didn't know that, right? I mean, there's 40 or 50 pages of documents, half of which is the actual agreement. But so I'm actually really glad to know that that's the process, because a lot of people have that question. Another question that I've seen come up is, do I pay the same whether I opt out or not? And obviously we know that you pay less if you opt out, but I think as we notify our residents, I think it's important that they know some of those provisions, that the rate could change based on the participation, what your rate is for your standard pickup, what the rate is for the recycle. So hopefully we can, and also some of the fine print that if you've opted out but moved somewhere else in the county, that you're automatically included just as if you've moved here new. So there are some provisions that hopefully we can communicate up front and have full transparent disclosure.
And the tiering process, you
Yes,
mentioned
the
it, is
tiering
that,
process.
hey, if we don't get the 51%, we're going to
Well,
go to tier 2.
That
which
tiering
then
process
costs-
for me, I feel like is such a big win because 80% is already participating.
I'm with you. I
And so
understand,
I'm
but-
so excited that the chances are this is going to be a great rate. We can win some more people to the cause. And I would be amazed if we dropped out of the best possible scenario for our citizens as a whole.
Well, I appreciate the solid waste, listening to us and making concessions that we felt were important. But the only comment that I would add to that is that I'm sure the citizens that are listening to this are hearing us talking about opt out, opt out, opt out. Now, what we are doing that for is just simply for reasons of transparency. We want our citizens, residents to have the choice whether they want to opt out or not. We're not encouraging people to opt out. We're not encouraging people not to. It's a personal choice. And that's what this decision was about, as far as I think I can speak for the council in saying that we just want it to be very clear and transparent that it's a matter of choice. And if you choose to recycle, then we appreciate that. If you don't, then that's considered to be your personal right.
I was blown away. I actually got my email about this already, so I know there's already been some
Well,
efforts.
I don't-
So, wow.
I think we were trying to get out the word and it might have got out a little too fast, but I think we're going to send out another email with a little more information once we have all the information from the
And,
county.
and once the agreement is approved, once it goes through the process. You know, I kind of explained it like this, but I would just reiterate again tonight that we're voting on a waste collection agreement with the Washington County Solid Waste District. Part of their agreement has a provision for recycling. And I like the way the agreement's put together because those who want to participate can, and those who don't want to participate can opt out. I've called it, quote, a vote for them. So I think it's great. The opt-out period in this would be from September 1 through, is it November 30? And that's a 90-day period.
Yeah, it's 90 days. I knew it started September. 90 days.
And they're going to be doing some pre-advertising period. to get people prepared. I know,
So that's
starting next month.
So that's the advertisement. The stuff we've talked about was what Washington City wants to do for their residents. The county as a whole and the
A whole
district has got
different, yeah.
$75,000 allocated right now for their advertising on top of ours. So hopefully we don't miss anything. Hopefully everyone understands and sees it and they make the decision. And the thing that I like is, I mean, to reiterate everything you guys have said, I agree with but if we show them everything we can in this 8.5 by 11, then it says, hey, we've done everything the cities possibly can to notify you of the change, because this is a 10-year commitment and it is a long way. But remember, we get these great rates because we are committing to a long contract. Now, they're not perfect. I mean, there's never a perfect thing for everybody, but this is a good rate. And if you compare it to other solid waste, we are very affordable for our citizens.
And that's just it. With all of the cities working together, you get that economies of scale. I mean, if we don't approve it, what are we going to do for our waste collection, right? We'll be in, so really, do we have a, so I appreciate too the concessions and I appreciate your, I think I speak for everyone, we appreciate your work on this, Councilman Clough, or Coates, you've done great.
Couple of questions. Can I jump in on? So can I just be clear? The city is going to send out an email and a letter and put something in the newsletter and have a banner on the homepage.
Yep.
Is that right?
We're trying to attack it on all fronts because not everyone communicates through paper mail, emails. So we're trying to hit all demographics of people.
Do we have any idea what the process is for actually, this is notifying people of the opt-out. What is the actual process for opting out? Is it fill out a document and submit that?
To our utility office.
Yeah. So we've
is
talked
there an
about,
online option that they can go fill out, or is it you have to?
it fully needs to be worked out. And I think we had discussions with Carrie on that. And one was because some people aren't electronic, but we would hope that people would just fill it out online and make it seamless for our staff. We want to make it as easy for our staff, even though no matter what, it's going to be difficult on them. And I understand it's going to be difficult on them either way. And last time it was very difficult on them, and I don't want that. But if we're going to have two options just because of different people, different ways. And we talked about having it online, and then we talked about having paper forms as well.
Well, I'd be really grateful if we had at least those two options.
Yeah.
We could have a stack of forms at the utility office. If people just came in, couldn't we, Mayor? Something like that.
Well, but especially
just-
like during COVID, there's a lot of people who aren't going to want to come in. Personally, if I was going to opt out, I'd want to fill out something online. And I would want to have something message me back to say that it submitted, because sometimes online you wonder if it went where it went.
And maybe part of that mailer is the actual opt-out form. If you want to opt out, fill out this form, mail it back.
Well, I feel the biggest thing, and I'm the person pushing for this choice, one of the proponents of it, but I agree the point is this is not pushing an opt-out at all. It's just maintaining the choice in the citizen.
Exactly.
And so as long as we keep that as the key and like reason for why we're doing things, I don't feel it's really necessary for us to mail opt-out forms. Those who are most passionate about this have been addressed, because they get that continuation of where they are, which I think is very important. But as a proponent of making sure we handle our waste the best efficient way as possible, I don't think this is a horrible thing for people to participate if they want to, and I don't think it's a negative thing overall to our community. As per an individual choice, I never want to infringe upon that. But as a community, I can see so many potential benefits for this. And so I don't think this is a campaign to opt out. It's more of a campaign of transparency and for autonomy if you want to participate or not. So,
And just so you know, you can always opt in.
exactly.
There's no rules against opting in.
No, and I think
So-
that's great. I mean, I think as we have education and as we honor people where they have in their positions, our community changes so much in 10 years. Can you imagine where we were 10 years ago? I think there'll be more pressures on us that we can't foresee. And I think this puts us in a good boat to have good things happening for how we handle our waste.
I personally will be recycling. I'll be keeping my blue can, but I want everyone to have the option. So whatever that process looks like, I'm confident staff can get that mailer put together. But
And what I think we'll do is, I mean, I'll take the initiative. It's okay to help staff get that maybe to the council to look at in a work session before we send it out. See if there's any.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. One other point on the opt-out, is there going to be two different messages going out? Is there going to be a message that is emailed out to those who are not in the program and another message that goes out to those who are out of the program to explaining the difference between what they need to do to get in or to get out? Because we've decided that if you're out, you don't have to opt out again. Are we gonna send out two messages?
I think we're going to send as much information as we can in one message, and say, hey, if you're already opted out, you don't have to do anything. You're automatically grandfathered in. If you choose to opt out new, here's the process, and go forward that way.
Councilman Coates, this is a trivial question, but I think it might come up. If someone's in doing the recycling now and has the blue can, and they opt out, will their can be picked up and taken away? Because I know that question will come up. Have you crossed that?
I haven't crossed it, and I haven't talked to him about it, but
It's probably a little premature, but I do
don't
think it will come up.
I think it
That's a
can.
good point.
One-
because
it'll happen. But
Since we're asking frivolous questions, I'd really like to know. I mean, I realize that this is not all just recycling. That some of this is just solid waste. But I would like to know how much of particularly the recycling portion of the contract is brought over from the last one. I'd like some of that to have been recycled personally. I'm totally kidding.
sorry, I'll admit, I usually can multitask a little better, but I was like, I typed my question and then you made a comment and it sounds like you were joking. And I missed
Oh
part
my
of it.
goodness.
I wanted to see some of the contract be recycled. That's all.
All right.
All right.
I love it.
Well, with that,
I think Councilman Coates, you should lead the way.
I think I'll lead the way and I'll make the motion that we approve the continuation or approval, the resolution approving A, proposed 10-year residential waste collection agreement between the Washington County Special Service District Number 1 and Republic Service, and B, the proposed solid waste collection agreement between Washington County Special Service District Number 1 and the City of Washington pertaining to the billing and collection for solid waste services and related matters.
Second by Councilman Clough.
I do have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Clough, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
All right, that is approved. Move on to item 7. Just FYI, I've sent the chief and city manager over to a meeting with the Historical Society and another group to discuss and talk about what's going on. So he may not make it back for a city manager report, so we will miss that.
Okay.
Item 7, ordinance, continuation to consider approving an ordinance for zone change, request Z-20-07. Request from Community Commercial C-2 to Planned Unit Development, Residential PDR, located approximately the northeast corner of Telegraph Street, 1100 East. Applicant Red Vista Development of Orem, LLC. You there, Drew?
I am. I'm just unclicking all the fun buttons so you can hear me. Does everybody see the exhibit okay and hear me?
Can see and hear you well.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the item was tabled at your July 8th meeting 2 weeks ago following the 2-week holdover after the public hearing held on June 24th. Council tabled this item to allow for more time to consider the applicant's request. Now, as they showed you earlier in your work session, here is, I'm giving you the updated site version of this with the buildings. Now, so it's buildings, all the ones that are going north-south, the 4 of them are all 3-story, carrying 15 units apiece. And then this one that runs east-west, set back off of the play area, the Todd area, is the only 4-story building with 16 units in it. So again, the total of units was 76, and the parking is met and sufficient. They have worked with the fire chief on this, as they stated. That's why you see this area over here on the east. I'm sorry, I better get my fun little pins instead of you trying to follow my bouncing arrow. So the area over here with my star is that special area for a fire truck turnaround. They've relocated dumpsters at the request of one of the items, which you have set up here. And then these guys here and here have been relocated since your last meeting. So with that, just to remind you that the Planning Commission, by a vote of 4-1, recommended approval of Z-20-07 for this zone change from C2 to PUDR into that multifamily planned unit development, and going up to 20 point something dwelling units per acre. And that was based because of the affordable housing option that this gives the city. So I'll be glad to answer any questions you have since 2 weeks or since an hour ago. So.
Drew, in reading over the conditions, I don't know that I saw one that addressed the percentage of owner-occupied units.
No, I'm glad you pointed that out. That was one of the conditions that I, after looking back, should have put in but didn't. But if you look at my report on the second page, we talked about that the applicant has offered to go through deed restriction, which is the way we'd want it done. So it's going to be recorded at the county that they would set aside 67%, or 2 out of every 3 units would be restricted to owner occupied. So that means they could not have rentals in them. The other 33% could be investment rental pieces, but often, from what I've been told by the applicant, is even some of those end up being owner occupied because people can still buy them even though they're tagged at a future date if they sold it or wanted to rent it on themselves after they improve their status, I guess, financially, were able to get into a different home, that they could then rent that out. But I would recommend to the council that we add a 13th condition stating that 67% would be owner occupied through deed restriction. And I appreciate that Councilman Stady pointing that out.
So while we're looking at conditions, Drew, has condition 12 been met? The easements for water and sewer? It says need to be verified on construction drawings and future phase plats. Have we verified that there's easements, or are we just saying that there has to be easements on?
We're just saying that they have to if there isn't any, they'll have to put them in. That'll be notated during construction drawings, or they do have to plat this. So you'll get it, it'll have to be through the plat or verified that they're already there. If not, they'll be given where they're needed.
So
that makes sense.
Can we modify that to say, are we saying all roads? Or are we just saying, I just want clarification on what, I just don't want a chained off roadway and block public since it's a private road. I'm just curious. I mean, in my mind, it's from Telegraph to Bristol Park. Townhomes need to be left open for access, even though it's a private roadway. So
I would feel free to make that a condition. I mean, I've stated that all along to the developer, so hopefully that's not an issue. That needs to be stayed open, and just for those wondering, let me just kind of,
It's just vague on the condition because it says
Yeah.
easement for water, sewer, and secondary access to from Bristol Park Townhomes, but it doesn't say how it's done. And what
Yeah.
I hate to see is that on Telegraph, they shut off the access and make everyone go up 1100 East or vice versa, because then you're limiting where these people can access.
yeah, I'm not concerned about this development getting on there because they would have to have this one down here. But I like your point. I'm gonna have to, clear out everything and grab my mouse so I can pull this down a little. But it's this area that is probably the concern for both you and I. Would be coming out of Bristol Park in here and then on the continuation going down or going out to 1100 East or down to Telegraph. Yeah, that does need to remain open and make that a condition. And we can also put that on the plat as well when that time comes.
So the applicant just mentioned note 14, just for the public. It's on the plan. If you can scroll down to that, Drew. It says 25-foot access easement to Bristol Park via drive lane to Telegraph Street. I think we just need to include to 1100 East.
Is that number 20 or
14?
Okay. Yeah, and that's.
And then I see the 20, like it says 29-foot PUE, but that's a public utility easement. It's not an access easement.
Right, we just need to match whatever comes out of Bristol Park, I think, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, we just need to change that to more than public utility, because public utility easement usually includes utilities, not access. So they're different easements.
Yeah.
Any additional questions, comments?
Now, in case many of you are wondering that the 3-story buildings, I'll just bring that up, Mayor, if it gives the council a little bit more time to, I'll bring this particular exhibit up. One of these was showing one of their buildings. This is again from a project up north that they're going to model. The one here, this particular one here in the middle is a 3-story building. And then the two on the right and the left are the 4 stories. So you can see it, basically they're just taking a floor out. Just to go back to the illustration, basically this 4th floor will just be removed and the roof drop down onto that 3rd floor for those 3 big buildings or 4 big buildings. So that'll probably drop the height down to roughly 8 or 9 feet to somewhere between 33 and 34, it looks like.
By dropping the buildings A, B, C, and E to 3 stories, were there any units lost, or did they remain the same number of units?
From what they gave you 2 weeks ago and said they took 9 units off, no, there's not any more lost. Actually, they gained 1 back by going this new, because it did go down to 75, but because of the configuration, you can't, the floors are all equal number. And so it actually gave them 76 units, but all 4 of those buildings were dropped down to 3 stories. If that helps answer that, Councilman, I hope that does.
I thought there was only 1 building that lost. On the last
Pardon?
one. I thought there was only 1 building that got. There was 2 last time.
A and E.
They dropped 2 buildings. They dropped 2. Go ahead.
I'm just confused. Can you come speak into the mic, Ben? Sorry. The applicant's here and I'd ask that he speak so that the public can hear what.
The previous units that were 4-story were all 4-unit base, where the only unit that was a 5-unit base was the furthest east, which is the E. So what we did was convert all of the north-south units, which is the A, B, C, and E, into a 5-unit base by 3 stories, instead of a 4-unit base by 4 stories.
Okay, so on the 2nd and 3rd story, are they still 5 units on each level?
Correct.
Yeah, so they're
So
only
that gets-
4-unit base is the 4x4, which is the east-west that's above, directly
So it's
above.
still 2 bedrooms. They just got to be a little
Exactly the
smaller.
same size. It's just a 4-unit base versus a 5-unit base unit. So
So the current density, I'm just looking at numbers. The original proposal was like 20.
the original proposal was 84 units. Then we went back to 75. That was still leaving 3 of the buildings at 4 stories. We only reduced 2 of the buildings, which is A and E, to a 3-story unit. However, in order to not keep whittling it down, we could, but also compromising on the height, we're able to use a larger footprint, which is a 5-unit footprint, and go to a 3-story unit in order to gain those lost units off the 4th story. And so just like Drew said, by the pure math, I mean, there's no way you could whittle down 1 more unit just off the end. You do whittling down 3 units. So again, it's just the compromise there obviously was going to the 3 stories, but that gained us 1 more unit in the process.
So I understand all that. Is there any more questions? Because I have different questions.
I have one question on this topic. How would you feel about dropping building D down to 3 stories and 12 units? Is that
It's worst case we can? I guess the main question would be why. The whole thing, and part of the discussion obviously that we had here earlier is that in affordability, you'd have to go denser. The fewer the units you go, the more expensive that unit gets. So by every unit you take out, you increase the price of those that are left that have to pay now to increase their unit in order to offset the loss of the others. And so the biggest thing on here is that we're trying to hit that sweet spot, obviously, that the city's comfortable with it, but that it also makes sense from an affordability to keep it affordable. And again, affordability, you got your fixed price, costs on things, as Councilman Coates talked about earlier. Your land costs are fixed, your improvement costs are fixed, your impact fees are fixed. Now, maybe if the city wanted to say, and that's one thing Matt Liu brought up earlier, if the city wanted to potentially say, hey, we'll help offset a little bit of impact fees and we'll lob off another floor and lose 4 more units, sure, I guess that could be a potential, another avenue. So it's just a matter of how we want to get from 1 to 10. Are we going to go 5 plus 5 to get to 10, or 6 plus 4 to get to 10, or how do we want to get there, I guess?
And I appreciate that. And really from our standpoint and from your standpoint, I think we have a common goal.
Right.
We want to get some attainable, affordable housing for a segment that needs ownership and needs a way to get that ownership. So I think we agree there. But I think, from a give and take standpoint, we're looking at offering a little bit higher density, right? That's what we're giving. And we're saying, okay, but I don't really like the idea of necessarily even 1 4-story building, but I'm just getting your appetite for it.
I mean, because I don't want to, we don't need to go back and forth on playing poker here, but if it comes down to that's the only thing that makes council comfortable, yeah, I mean, I know the applicant said he would do that. Okay. You don't want to kill the project over those 4 units.
I understand that.
So
hopefully 4 units out of 70-ish,
right,
is not a
sure.
And I would personally, and I realize that this particular building sits back more, but we're giving some concessions. We're giving concessions on a piece that's currently zoned commercial.
Sure.
We're giving some concessions on density that you get a little bonus, and you're asking for even a little more density. So I think there's some give and take that I hope it's productive, because I think we have that same goal.
Sure. Yeah, and that's obviously how we got here from starting at 84 units too. I mean, we've tried to whittle it down and make, again, different ways to play the Tetris game. So, I mean, that's really what it's kind of fun actually sometimes, is how can we get these units to work? And, there's more than one way to get from point A to Z. So
and again, that's part of what, it depends where you want the priorities. Again, in this scenario, we have bigger footprints, which reduces a little bit of the open space versus going vertical. But we still exceed the open space and amenity requirement from a minimum standard at this level. We're still at, I think, 41%. So like you're saying, Councilman Staley, yes, I mean, if really we feel that's where the most comfortable middle ground is to take them all to 3, yes, I think we can get there. I think we can make that work. But again, I think part of it, we're trying to achieve that goal of where's that fine line of trying to achieve that affordability. So.
Well, one of the main things I just like to direct this to council, some thoughts. I've lost too much sleep over this particular plan, but I think it will lead to a good thing for our community. I was trying to think in my mind, if this changed from commercial, have we done something on Telegraph to mitigate and move that commercial to other places? The answer is yes. I think some of the other places by our new stop sign, stop signal that's in there, 4-way stop, there is some commercial that's been slated into there. There's been some uses. So though we may be changing commercial on Telegraph, have we moved commercial as a use within Telegraph still? And I have to answer yes, we have. My other question, well, my main thing with council is really, is this a pocket of opportunity that we want to pursue? Or really have we taxed this area and putting all of our vehicles for affordable housing in one region? And are we putting too much of a stress on this community by putting all of our ideas in one region? And is that going to be beneficial in the long term? Though it may be very beneficial at a short term. I'm absolutely, the more I think about the concept of what this can do for people, I do appreciate it. My overall feeling is though, is this too much in one area? I really have nothing against the project. I feel like our safety's been met. I feel like they've worked with us on our densities that we've required, though it is a lot more than we normally do. I feel that as staff has worked with the developer and as we've worked with the developer, they've moved and changed to the needs which we feel are pertinent. I like the moving of the dumpsters. I think anything that the community has brought in as a relevant, necessary concern to their quality of life has been addressed. So I'm kind of saying the T-chart out loud to the council where I stand. I still just kind of lean towards petition the council to really consider, is this necessary to burden so much of one concept in one quadrant of our city? And that's really the last thing that kind of holds me up on this as a council member, and those are my thoughts.
So I always look at every project and there's give and take. I agree with what you're saying. I'm really concerned about 1100 East not being wide enough. I really am. And I know it's tough for the developer because he doesn't own that portion of ground. How does he go develop it if he doesn't own it? My biggest struggle is the density, I'll admit. I'm not as concerned as the height. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not, but they've chopped off the top of all 3, but the height they proposed was within our zoning ordinance already, 42 feet. But I also have to look at the adjacent property owners as well, how they are like, hey, it was planned commercial. Doesn't mean they couldn't put a 4-story hotel there. And now they're putting 5 buildings, only 1 4-story, but we've got 76 proposed residential units there. And it's a tough one. I'm not saying it's not. I keep falling back to 1100 East not being wide enough to handle all these. And if you look at sorry, I'm kind of rambling here, but to do what Councilman Clough just mentioned is in one area. It's the area that has the infrastructure. We have Washington Parkway, we have Telegraph. 1100 East ties into Washington Parkway very shortly. It's always these things of what's good, but where else would we put them in our city that has great infrastructure? It really does have good infrastructure as far as traffic flow. My one concern is if we start adding all this high density that we're going to have as traffic light every 5 minutes. It's like just right there. Because I see the next light. I don't know if Drew can pull up a map, but I see one at,
always forget the road. Buena Vista? Not Buena Vista. Bella Vista.
Bella Vista and Telegraph.
I see one at Bella Vista and Telegraph, and I'd hate to see one in between there. I really would. I don't think it's, I see one more at Bella Vista than I do 1100 East, but 1100 East connects right into the interchange almost. So it's just, I mean, potentially we could have 3 lights in a really short period of time and we can't move traffic as functioning, but it might warrant it in the future anyway, so we might be out of our control.
No, I giggle because I hate to be devil advocate to that because I do agree, but and I drove down the Boulevard of St. George, and how often do they have a stoplight? You know,
About every other street.
Yeah.
But this is like every street. That's all I guess I'm saying.
I hear you.
But my concern is that 1100 East connects to the Parkway. I mean, it's a main. It could potentially be a main corridor. So these are just my thoughts. I don't know. It's tough, but that's where I'm concerned at, is that street potentially adding so much density and then warranting a street light that we probably wouldn't need, but I don't know, maybe it would warrant it with commercial there too. So I don't know.
Well, it could, and you could also go back and fund that road, or you could go back and redesign that area to say, look, we want to put some stipulations on the surrounding area to mitigate the idea that it would never get that many stoplights. I mean, there are some options beyond just this particular property that the council could exercise to kind of take care of some of those traffic issues. The traffic is one of my problems as well, but with a little bit of foresight and planning, we could mitigate a large portion of that. Now, some of that may actually be rezoning or of some of the surrounding areas, which would be a huge undertaking. And typically,
how do you rezone currently existing infrastructure? The only thing
not currently existing, but there are still some
The only
properties there that are not, or even just a commitment to not go. I'm just throwing stuff out here.
I just want to. I'm just saying the only thing undeveloped is the turf farm.
Right.
That's the only thing left.
Right.
And I'm just.
Yeah. There's yeah.
Everything else
it's tough.
is pretty much slated.
It is. It's tough. Zoom in on that a little bit. I see what you're doing, but I can't tell what it is.
I was trying to back out to let you see 1100 East is the pink dotted line, which is an 85-foot minor arterial. The yellow ones are 106 major arterials, which is the Parkway and Telegraph. And just showing that you guys were talking about 1100 East bending back in up here on the north at that roundabout. So I just wanted to bring that. So keep that in mind, and I'll zoom down in like you asked.
And that is the only property, right? Is the turf farm, and that's all one owner.
That's one owner, and who knows when and if that'll happen. There's only one other piece. I'm going to point that out. It's right. See where my arrow is?
Yeah.
That's a small little development. I mean, piece of land that's zoned R3 has never come in to see us. It's owned by Dean Terry, but I'm thinking it can only fit 20. I think we did the math on it once. They had a drawing somewhere between 20 and 24 units, if I remember right. That's left for residential multifamily in that area.
So there really isn't much to do with zoning, much less.
No, let me pull up your general plan so you can kind of see the turf farm is slated for low density. That's 10,000, 12,000 square foot lots, minus the commercial piece on the corner.
My thing with citing that general plan of what they're slated for, I know the owner of that particular property has come a couple times with concepts that do not reflect low density. So though it does reflect that in the general plan and we don't have anything that's certifiably changed, I don't think that it will match what will be petitioned and put in there in the long run.
We'll just look at what's around it. Medium density, all the way around it. I wouldn't assume that there'd be low density in there. Be nice, but I don't see that.
No.
You know, to see into the future, to see how much effect having
I like that
1100
statement.
being narrow, seeing how much that will actually drive traffic the other way.
Well, I think it drives traffic now because you got the street light sitting on.
Yeah,
But
especially once you get the light in there.
well, yeah, the light's working now. So
I don't think we've fully realized the impact of that yet, though.
This is point number 3, hard decisions made by council.
but maybe I'll reiterate, it's always a compromise. We got to compromise to get some of these projects, and we need affordable housing. I think the developers compromised. We're going to have to compromise a little bit to get projects like this. And where else are we going to put this type of project in our city besides commercial areas?
Interesting. I was just happened to be in the presence of a young man who was very, how do you say that, was considering taking a ring out of his pocket and giving it to someone else.
Is
And
it
I just happened to mention this project to him, just asked what he thought. And he's like, man, that would be cool. I would really like something.
Anybody ready to make a stab at a motion?
You want me to craft one?
Yeah, I think you already did, really. I mean, you've done most of the work. We just got to carry it across the line.
Well, I'll throw it out to the council. I make a motion to deny the ordinance zone change of Z-20-07, a request from community commercial C2 to plan unit development, residential PVR located approximately in the northeast corner of Telegraph Street and 1100 East.
Can you restate the first line of your motion?
To deny.
Thank you.
Councilman, can you, as I've asked in the past, on denials, you always need to give a reason for. So,
My reasoning is a concentration of both in the insufficiency of 1100 East is one of my main concerns. The abundant increase in density is my second. And the third, that all of our vehicles focused on affordable housing are in this region. And I feel like it is too much for this region. Those are my 3 reasons. Not that it is not a good product. I think the concept of what it is, I think the vision of it is beautiful. I feel like this is too much. And though we have infrastructure, we also don't have infrastructure at the same time, which is a unique concept to discuss. And that's where I'm most hung up on this.
Okay, I have a motion to deny. Do I have a second? All right. Will there be another motion would like to be brought forward?
Mayor,
Mr. Shaw?
can I jump in here real quick, maybe give a little bit of clarity on traffic?
Okay.
So just to give you a few numbers, so Telegraph Street is a major arterial. It's designed to accept over 20,000 cars a day. We actually did traffic counts this year during our peak season was in February. We were at 11,000 cars a day. 1100 East is a minor arterial. It is designed for up to 20,000 cars a day. Currently, we're seeing 2,700. Those are our average traffic demand. So the roads there are their design is plenty to accommodate the development in the area. Signals, I mean, we do have a master plan for the signals. There is one actually currently master planned for 1100 East as well as Bella Vista, and they would be built as they're warranted. When the developments come in, they actually do a detailed transportation plan that is submitted to Public Works, which we do a review on it. And then we make any recommendations from that plan, or any of our recommendations will actually go to that developer to mitigate any issues that their plan might call out or what the Public Works Department would see.
Mike, do you have any concern about 1100 East not being fully built out at this time?
No, because I believe most of their traffic's going to use their access on Telegraph, because 1100 East isn't completely built out. And then, you know, as well as that, if there's an issue that arises down the road in the future, that's, you know, where we focus on doing projects as capital projects when we find issues. And that's how we spend our impact fee dollars, is when we find these issues that are created by new development, that we have to widen roads, build new roads. You know, we've done lots of widening of roads because of development, you know, Washington Fields Road, Washington Dam Road, even Telegraph. If a few of you probably remember back when Telegraph was a 2-lane road from 300 East all the way to SR9.
So Mike, this is Jeff. So what you're saying also on 1100, if they even own both sides of that road, it would be iffy whether or not we would even have the capacity to require them to put 4 lanes in the 75 units, right?
Correct. You know, and it would be based on the transportation plan they would have to provide to us prior to approval of a preliminary plat.
But to think that they would go from the 2,000 level up to a point where we would be required because of that project alone to go to 4 lanes, I suspect is pretty unlikely.
Correct. I'm much more comfortable with this being residential than commercial on a traffic generation. Depending on what was built there, it could turn into, if they were large trip generators, it could turn into a real big nightmare for us.
So
Thank you, Mike.
thanks. I have another question for the developer. How do we, I mean, you got FHA approval, or when we get it, is there a way we can make it, well, I guess it's too late at that point once it's built. It's just, what do you guys have to say that you're ready to submit for FHA? I mean, what's to say in a year you won't,
Yeah, just hold it, push it and hold it down, then it should come back on.
to say
You gotta
that,
hold it for
oh,
that.
this project's not working for us, we're gonna sell it. So in my mind, there has to be a condition that it has to be an FHA product. But what happens, we go down the road, 2 years later, you have a building, we don't have anything from FHA, and I guess I would ask,
That mic's not on.
Is it on now?
okay. Can you say that again?
I think you'd have to deed restrict it just like you would the 2/3, 1/3 with owner occupied. I mean, it's a simple deed restriction. Doesn't say that if it were to sell off to a different party, that they would have to have an FHA approval before they could purchase the property. The other, for places that are built in standing, FHA changed the rule to where you can spot approve one condo on conditions that the HOA is in certain shape and the place is in certain shape and everything. but for new construction, the place has to be built. And that was a weird thing they did. And so
say that again. It has to be built, the entire building, right?
yeah, the entire building has to be built in order for FHA to say, you have to have occupancy permits to turn in with your application. And so we turned 2 in, one in Springville, one in Provo. Springville got approved on plans. Provo got said, oh, you missed the deadline. You have to build it now. So we just got occupancy this week, and they turned everything to FHA, and it's going to be like 4 weeks for the final approval for FHA. There's like 3 people and they're getting FHA loans right now. So once it's built though, the city, what we do everything we can do to we deed restrict, we call it a rentable unit or an owner occupied unit. It's that way forever. They can't change it. No HOA can step in and change it. But what happens is,
so on that deed restriction, is that forever? So anyone who buys that house has to be an FHA approved buyer?
No. So I'm buying units in all the things that we're building, and I'm buying it as a rentable unit. If I ever want to sell it, an FHA guy could buy it, a cash buyer could buy it, a conventional loan guy can buy it.
I'm not talking
It could
about
be anything.
I'm not talking about the 1/3 that isn't.
Yeah.
I'm
So-
talking about the 66% that
Yeah.
you're saying
So
is FHA.
owner occupied can be any kind of loan. They could be a cash. Their dad gave them $180,000, and they bought this as an owner occupied. So having the project stay FHA approved, so anybody who comes in can buy an FHA loan. The people who have FHA loans are protected that they don't lose it. Is a function of the HOA. And so we write into the CCNRs, and that's something that we've encouraged cities to take a look at. Anyone who's coming in with a project, take a look at their CCNRs and make sure that they say in there, got to remain FHA approved, have to have the certain reserves, have to maintain every 2 years, you have to recertify with FHA. It used to be 5 years, now it's every 2 years. And so that's all written into the CCNRs, and we put them in there with teeth saying you lose your FHA. Well, we haven't had that happen yet.
So how do we put the teeth in ours to make sure?
Well, we'll have to have that as a note on the plat. I can tell you right now, because CCNRs can be changed even if we did review and approve and verify every CCNR that goes in that might have FHA provisions in it. There's still not going to be anything in the CCNRs that fundamentally, because of a lack of ownership by the city, would be required for modifying or changing it. So if the recorder simply allowed the CCNRs to be recorded, amended and recorded, the city would have no say. So we'd have to have some type of a note that attaches right to the plat regarding that. Obviously, it's going to have to be, it'll be modified, so there's a shortened version of it, but it's going to have to refer to the remainder that the project has to remain to be FHA authorized and approved, for however long it's required under government regulations. That's the only way the city can that's the only way the city has any teeth that and any oversight that would remain after the initial approval, which shouldn't be difficult. It'll be less difficult than drafting the CCNRs for it, which will already have to be done.
What we did in Provo was had a development agreement saying we'll get FHA approval and then we'll recertify it before we hand it to the owners. But even if they lose it, they still have the deed restrictions on there that in Provo, they required us to be 60% owner occupied. So even if they lose FHA and they can only do conventional, they still have 60% owner occupied in there. And
Can you give me an example how you lose FHA?
the HOA can lose their reserves. It's a slow process that is unlikely to happen in our projects, because what happens, people just throw generic CCNRs out there and then no one watches them. No one enforces them. Somebody goes to sell, one guy buys it, another guy buys it. Then by the time they go to certify, they look and say, oh no, we got like 70% rentals in here. We can't get FHA, and we can't force these people to sell. It just slowly, nobody was paying attention. But in these projects, somebody puts one up for sale, you've got to notify the HOA, and the HOA says, hey, you got to be owner occupied, right? Yeah, okay. And so
And that's based on the deed restriction that's been
yeah,
put in
yeah.
place.
So it could all fall apart at the closing. Someone could come in and be, hey, yeah, I thought I was going to be able to rent this. And they could go, no, there's a deed restriction. You have to owner occupy this. Sorry, this sale's off. And so even if the unlikely chance of FHA that they lose their reserves, that they decide, hey, we don't want to do FHA anymore for whatever crazy reason they would want to do that, there's still going to be a 67% owner occupied deed restriction on there to where people can't sell to a renter because it's deed restricted.
Yeah, the protection on that typically comes through title companies who always pull those out. But when a title company comes for loaning money out on a, that's what they check with that FHA approval process. That they're still authorized and they're still compliant with the FHA. They're in conformity with FHA requirements. Title companies catch that upon the resales of them. Again, it shouldn't come down to the government authority on every time one of these titles change. That's why the deed restriction, if it goes with the deed itself upon conveyance of the lot itself or the unit itself, but it also has to be just on the plat itself, making reference to the 66% owner occupied requirement of it. So anytime you start having those pop up, title companies catch it one way or the other, but it shouldn't have to be based upon a city going back on every single unit transaction and confirming it, which was all I was saying, in order to try to keep it into because the city council, what the city wants is that we maintain the affordable housing aspect of it, which is guaranteed by keeping that FHA authorization. So again, we can have it done, but again, it can't be just left to a developer to say, well, the city just got to be awfully vigilant in making sure it doesn't occur. The city won't be able to make sure of that. It's going to have to come through a deed restriction and through a note on a plat so that title companies, each time the refinancing of it comes up, they catch it then, so you don't end up 3 and 4 and 5 transactions down the line and realize you screwed up on the FHA authorization.
It'll be on the plat, the deeds, the development agreement we'll give to you, and the CCNRs. So it'll show up 4 different places when these are turning over. I've run into it actually. Before these guys even hired me, I was selling one for a friend, and the HOA called me and went, hey, you know that's got to be owner occupied. And I went, what are you talking about? I go, yeah, it's in our CCNRs. We can't have any more rentals in here. It's got to be owner occupied. And then when they started working for me, I started working for me. Hey, did you guys do East Abbey? Yeah, that was us. And makes sense. I ran into that where HOA guy called me and said, you can't, even if it came right down to you're going to close, title company would have said, oh no, this has got to be owner occupied. This sale can't happen. And so it's on the deed, whether it's FHA or not. If someone tries, if an owner occupied unit tries to sell to an investor, it'll stop. But an investor can sell to an owner occupied and everyone will be happy, because you can occupy a rentable unit as an owner, but you can't rent an owner unit. That makes sense.
Another question. What do you anticipate the monthly HOA fee to be based on your other properties?
Yeah, they're budgeting for this, depending on water and everything. They're trying to stay under $100. That's another thing that I suggested. I manage a lot of properties where retention is the name of the game. Like up the apartments up here, if you're lucky to get someone up there for 2 years, then they move. They're always making plans. They're going somewhere. These will be 5-6 years before people start moving. What we do is, I said, hey, let's do a bulk service thing with like Xfinity. And then we can add internet and just pass it right on, not make any money, just pass that right on to them, because we can buy it 84 at a time. And then the lender went, oh no, here's the problem with that. For every $10 you add, or $20 you add to their payment, which a HOA payment would be one, you take $10,000 off what they're able to borrow. And so we're planning on this being around $89.
Can you talk again to the phasing of buildings, what your phasing is?
Yeah, we'll start on the left and move to the right. FHA
Start on
requires
1100 East, then building A.
Yeah, and FHA requires the project to be built and standing before they'll approve anything, and that means all the roads and all the amenities. And so what we do is expandable land.
What amenities would be with phase 1, building A?
I can walk you through that a little easier since I drew the map up. But so building A, and then you can see the entire pickleball court area amenity, and then going east all the way looping around down and out to Telegraph, and then looping down to the fire turnaround
Is that a pickleball or a basketball?
It's multiple. Everybody likes pickleball though, right?
Well, I'm just asking because
No, it's a multiple. It's a multi-use court. You can do it for both pickleball and basketball and volleyball. We like to get as many sports on the one court as we can. But no, it's a multifaceted court. So it's striped for all the different uses, those 3 uses. So that first amenity would go in with the first unit, along with, as Brady said, all the infrastructure and the loop roads. Then unit B, you can see this dash line around that would be a standalone with its associated parking. And then unit C would then come online with its associated parking, and then the balance of the amenity. And then unit D, which is probably the smallest one, and then unit E.
The landscape area 13, what type of landscaping?
So the majority of this, there's a combination of turf and xeriscape, but all of the detention areas are slated to be turf, so they can be used. And then around,
It's a sunken detention. It's
correct, but they're shallow slopes. They're going to be in a probably 5-to-1 slope, which is a pretty gentle slope as far as that goes. It's those 2 areas both, and then around the play structure area in the center will all be
like
turf.
4 in the middle there. Is that a grassy area?
Correct. Yes. And then the balance of it will be xeriscape, since it's more non-usable, but just more ornamental.
There's a shade pavilion.
Yeah, there'll be 2 shade pavilions, again, one by the courts and another over by the playground.
What's the box there next to the shade pavilion, next to the sport court?
Just, yeah,
Little grid there.
another type of multi-sport type, like square, like what do they call it? Four-square ball, whatever it is, yeah. And that can be, there's obviously a lot of different ways you can spend different activities there where there's.
And then do you have, are you planning on fencing? I'm trying to look here.
Yeah, so the
Privacy
whole,
wall and
the entire
fence.
perimeter minus obviously the entry will be a combination of block and wrought iron. So that we've strategically placed where the block versus wrought iron is, so that you will still see into the site. Things like, for example, the block will be on the corner, so you can put a monument sign, but then transition to wrought iron and then back to block behind the courts, and then back to wrought iron. So it just gives it a nice flow and pattern, so it doesn't look so oppressive with just all block.
What color? We don't have like exact front elevations. What color are you looking for this, like stucco and tile roofs?
Gosh, I don't know that we've.
I know that was.
I know we have the up north elevations. Those are a little more on the gray scale. These are
Right.
going to be more probably on. Yeah,
That's kind of.
it'll be more of the
It'll look southern Utah.
the reddish browns. Yeah, we're not going again. Up north has a little different feel. We'll change the cladding on it, the veneer, so forth. So again, this is all preference.
This is what I thought we were building. That's what was.
And maybe
presented
we'll
to us.
switch them up. Maybe you do one grayish, another more
I don't
earth
like
tone
that.
reddish. But anyway,
I like it. I'm just saying
I don't have a big opinion on it. I'm just
Yeah,
asking
that-
questions.
but
to get a
the
good feel for
general
what your project's
consensus
gonna
is-
look like.
right, most people like to see more of the southern Utah look with the reds and browns. But same with the block wall. We'll go to a combination of a smooth face with a split face course to break it up, and then decorative cap on it, and then transitioning to the black powder coated transparent wrought iron panels.
That threw me for a loop right there, because isn't our PUD supposed to approve colors and schemes and all that too?
You're just doing zone change.
Yeah, they are. So that's why
Zone change.
this is what'll be approved. If they want to change it, they'd have to come in before you guys and say, hey, is this?
That's why I say that. 'Cause I looked at this and this is what I was looking at to approve, not.
This is what we'll do then. We did one in Orem that was they said, oh, is it different in Provo? And this is what we did in that's Orem. The Provo one, I can't tell the difference, but the designer girl that's married to one of the guys on the team, did something different, and I don't know what she did. I
Drew,
can't tell.
I'm just
Drew,
saying colors.
when they bring in something like this at this stage, if they don't actually bring in all the elevations and issues, then we're not truly voting on them. And where these elevations don't even match what they're proposing, we're not locking them in at this point. Am I wrong on that?
Well, I think PUD should be locked in, you know, I mean, it says it in our application and stuff, so I don't mind these elevations. In fact, you're seeing more of these colors down here anyway. I don't mind this. If they want to change maybe so much a black roof and go a little bit lighter on the roof, but I wouldn't get too technical on that. But if they do want to, I'd just say you could approve them as is. If they want to come in, they'll just have to get your okay in the planning commission on the elevation change. I wouldn't make them go through the whole process again, but I would definitely have them sit in front of the planning commission and yourselves if they wanted to change color schemes and rock type of you know, veneers on there. That's what I would recommend for you.
Yeah, we changed like shutter color and railing color.
It's crazy sometimes.
And so, and it went from like gray to black. That's how much I noticed it. So when I went to the design review committee in Provo, they were asking me what the difference, and I was like, I thought you guys would know because I can't even tell. So if this is good, we'll do this, and if we want to change it, we'll come
I
back.
don't think we're asking for it to designate if it's like rustic blue, whatever, but the color scheme as is should match.
We do have a motion on the table.
We do?
No,
It failed. Nobody seconded it.
Well, don't you have to withdraw it and start another one?
If the council is not interested,
It just dies, okay.
Mayor, it failed for lack of a second. We just interpreted that as what you said silently.
Okay.
If there were a motion to be made, are there any conditions that are important to this council?
Well, we've got a count here. The roads being open and not being closed off, the private roads.
So easements.
67% deed restriction, FHA deed restriction on the CFRs. They maintain the FHA.
So I'm probably also a 3-story guy on building D, 12 units, 3 stories.
I could go either way. 4 units isn't going to make or break. At least when I look at traffic.
And honestly, it's not a traffic concern for me. I haven't have a concern with traffic. I just, on such a small lot where we're getting some concession with density, I realize that to make the cost work, you've got to go vertical, but it's a smaller piece. I don't want to drive by and regret having approved 4 stories there. I'm sorry, that's my simple logic. So I like the 3-story units.
Would you?
Council, can I ask the developer maybe this question, if you're okay with that? How hard it would be, Ben and Brady, to make building D a 15-unit 3-story? I think you have a little room over here on the east boundary. What's the difference in the length on the footprint of the length of the buildings? Because again, that would lose 1 unit down to 75 only. But if I'm looking at maybe if the council feels that way, we could still get 5 3-story buildings at 15 units apiece if you developers think you can pull that off.
Yeah, the only kicker, I would like to say yes, but it would be contingent on working with the fire marshal to reconfigure that hammerhead and let us go straight out into Telegraph. I had to push it over to the left even more as it sits in order to get the minimum hammerhead he wanted to the east side, which is right up to the property line. Okay. Now, I don't want to, I'm not trying to refute it. I don't understand that, other than to me, it makes more sense to just put breakaway bollards and go straight out on the Telegraph versus wanting to turn around. But that was just what he requested. So If we could make that work, yes, we could make that work. So, but that's the only caveat as to why we couldn't do it as it sits right now.
Yeah, we've got a couple of things that where we've got some disagreements with the elevations that are there. I really would like to see if this optically looks okay. I could really, and this is bizarre for me to be saying this, I could be talked into that building being 4 stories, but it would have to look right. And I just don't have a sense of what it's going to look like because I don't have any renderings of the whole project.
I mean, for that matter, we've put this up in the 3D already. If you really want to see the massing of that, we haven't put it into 3D in this configuration, but it wouldn't be hard to change.
I'd love to see that, and I'd love to, but again, that's delaying you folks out because our next meeting isn't 2 weeks away. It's 3 weeks.
Can we approve an application for a partial, like phase 1? Because this is in phase 4. And then they have to come back for that building on phase 4. I'm just asking the question, or is that a total separate application, Drew?
Yeah, it would be tough to do that with, I mean, I see the simplicity, but if something goes haywire somehow, it could really be a nightmare.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Drew, no.
Okay, thank you, Jeff.
For you, no. It doesn't make any sense because we're doing the PUD is like drafting the zoning language. And if we're going to draft a new zone and then we're going to leave part of it out just to see if we think it's going to work for the next phase, it's not really drafting a new zone, which is the concept of PUD.
Yeah, and if I may just throw in again, I think it's an 8-foot difference between the 2 buildings is what it is. You have the picture of the 3-story on, in the middle here. And just imagine it, or the 4-story minus 8 feet, or the 3-story plus 8 feet. If that helps. I mean, that's what it comes down to, I think.
It is a personal preference for me that these be 3-story. The other thing is I think that gets more middle ground as far as affordable housing incentives to developers. We're finding more middle ground on density. So for me, I'm okay with that. But that's where I stand on it.
If it looks right, I could be talked into this. But if it come off that hill, I see that every time. It looks horrible. Right there on Telegraph. Not gonna hide it. I'm getting a little bit more nervous with just not having the elevation together.
Drew, just from my clarification, listening to Councilman Ward next to me, I mean, with this front elevation, if you can scroll back down, I mean, we're basically just looking at this minus 1 story. Is that right?
Yes.
On 3-story, 3-story.
Yeah, are you talking about the rendering right here that I have up?
Yeah, and and so that's going to look like that on the front, and then obviously not the stairs and not the doors on the back and side.
Well, you won't. Yeah, the side you're going to see the building in question will not look like, you won't have all the stairs because they're on the other side towards Bristol Park. You'll have more of a finish. None of these are really showing it, but
this is a little bit of stonework to
kind of like, yeah, you'll see more of. Here, let me try to get my pencil. And it won't be this, but it'll just be a lot of the elevation like you see here, maybe. Because you won't see stairs. You'll see more flat windows, etc. on that back side.
Same roof line.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, the elevation change and the breakup of just not having all of them the same could honestly help the project. But without seeing it, I can't visualize
mean, if you really wanted, Drew, you could pull it up on Google Earth, go to one of the, or like to Orem. You can.
I love your idea, but I mean, for me to find that and then pull it into this thing, I don't have that ability. Sorry, Ben. Does that make sense?
It does. I wish we could just pull it up for you, but because you'll be able to pan around through the entire project and see every elevation basically. If that becomes the issue, you can see one of the projects in Google Earth pretty well. But
you guys want to give me? It's on Google Earth.
In all fairness, I believe that was presented in the initial presentation.
it was, yeah.
I do remember those images. I'm not opposed to those. So I guess if that'd be appropriate to council, it could be beneficial if he could go from his initial presentation or some way of showing those images. The council would feel good either to have him submit that later on or now. That's up to the council.
I'm fine to see them now. I personally think this needs to be voted on tonight, one way or another. It's dragged on for some time now.
Drew, if you go to Provo to University exit in Orem where UVU is, it's just to the south of there.
Yeah, Drew's not doing this. My great helper is doing this. So Steve, I hope you heard that. Going to Provo. Is it the Provo one you wanted to go to?
It's in Orem, but
What's it called?
it's the University Parkway exit there where UVU is. 1700 South, Sand
It's
Hill.
down from the Brett Brown dealership,
Correct.
right on the freeway exit.
Correct.
Okay, Steve, it's down where that 15 is, roughly on that. You see Utah Valley University? Or you want me to? Yeah, now pull it north. No, the other direction. And right where the 15 is, that's the complex just to the right of it. That I-15 symbol that you see south. Pull your arrow down, right there. Zoom in on that guy. Is that where it is, guys, or Ben? Brady?
So Sand Hill. 1700 South and Sand Hill. So I think I think you gotta pull it a little bit further south if I'm looking correctly.
No, it's not that far down, guys. Huh.
Sorry, I'm losing.
I don't think this
track
map
here.
is updated enough that we're pulling up.
Yeah, it may not because I'm not seeing it where it.
Because I think it's right in this area here.
Yeah, it is.
No, so it's not showing up. Sorry.
Isn't it just north of the University Parkway exit?
No, it's south.
To the south. Yeah.
I've driven by it a bunch of times. That's why I recognize those buildings in the elevations provided.
So can Brady get onto the Apple TV here? Is he able to tap in Apple TV?
Well, I don't know if it's so much Apple at this point versus Zoom and
Oh.
stuff. So let me see. Hold on. Steve's trying to talk to me. It's not hooked up, so we can't do that.
Yeah, I think he was on Google Earth Pro, so we have a more updated image. Can we put it in front of the camera? The monitor? Just improvising. Go low tech with high tech. Appreciate your flexibility to try to provide information to council. That's unique and you're doing great. Start there.
You know,
We
I've
can't
got
s-
a packet if you gotta pass it around.
Have you got a link for that?
He's on Google Earth, but it's Google Earth Pro. So
Okay.
hey, Drew, maybe even go to 1700 South Sand Hill and then take the little human icon and drop it onto the road, because sometimes your aerial image may not be updated.
Hey, hold on, just hold on. Steve said if I shut my share off, he can do that for you, so. Hey, Steve, I'm shut off. There you go. Zoom down in on that guy, Steve.
Yeah, there it is right there. So you see the darker roofs, that's the project right there. So there's a 3-story unit. And if you go, that's the backside. So that's what you'd see if they
That's what you want to see right
they
there.
pan around back to the north and then click on the arrow and go further north, then you'll kind of see the back of that unit a little bit better. But you can see there's 2 units. There's a 4 to the left and a 3 that are kind of juxtaposed to each other. So you can see the difference. There's not, I mean, visually when you're looking at it, there's not a huge difference, but. So the backs actually look pretty. They're not just a big flat panel of the same colored stucco and very little other accoutrements to it. You've got the pop out that has the stone on it, a couple different colors, the shutters. So
Shutters, oh.
Where's the 4-story?
the 4-story, he has to go back to the south again. Sorry. We're just trying to get a feel on the back, what the back of the unit looks like. But if you go further south, back down Sand Hill, you'll see next to it is a 4-story unit. And there's one right there. So to the right, those are both 4 stories. And then to the left was the 3-story.
Yeah, keep panning to the right, Steve.
So yeah, you can see the 3-story there to the left and the 4 stories there to the right. And then again, that's another 3-story
There you go.
far right.
Councilman Ward, does that help you?
Yeah. So Brady, just to give you a sense of the density, this one is 26 units an acre. What we have is right at 20. So that just gives you a little different, just a different perspective. But these really are picking up the 4th story on more of the units, which is where you're picking up the additional 6 units an acre. And this is 2.5 stalls per unit. We have 2.3. So just to give you a little perspective.
Mayor, I may take a stab at a motion.
Thank you.
A motion that we approve an ordinance for zone change request Z-20-07, a request from Community Commercial C2 to Planned Unit Development Residential PUDR, located at approximately the northeast corner of Telegraph Street and 1100 East, with the modification that building D be reduced to 3 stories and 12 units, with a condition 13 of a deed restriction on 67% that they will show as owner occupied. That the access through the PUD to Telegraph and 1100 East into Bristol Park remain as an easement. And is there anything else that I need to clarify on that particular or another condition?
Deed restrictions on the CCNRs to maintain FHA.
I would add on that condition about deed restrictions to 67% owner occupied, that they are also on the CCNRs. Help me out.
To maintain the FHA.
To maintain FHA standard eligibility.
Councilman Staley, just a quick thing, 67% is 50.92 units. Do you just want to put it as 67% in 51 units?
Yes. 67% or 51 units.
And I also want to clarify that the easement is from Bristol Park to Telegraph and to 1100 East.
Correct. I'm happy to add any other conditions that are on your minds as concerns.
So we talked about the easement, we talked about the deed restriction, and then we talked about the FHA, but don't we want to add that on the plat as well?
Yes. If you're catching this, Tara, that we would like the deed restriction in addition to the CCNRs on the plat.
So one of the points that was made early on was that there would be management on site. Where do we get that from?
We have a company that manages all of them for us, and they hire an on-site manager, and they give him a deal they pay him to live there and manage and enforce the CCNRs and make sure rentals are that kind of thing.
Comfortable. An additional condition that there be an on-site manager on the project.
All right, I have a motion by Councilman Staley.
Let's see where it goes. Second.
Second by Councilman Ward. We'll go with a roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Clough, nay.
Ivy, nay.
Coates, aye.
And that passes 3-2. Okay, we'll move on. Item B, consideration to approve an ordinance granting zone change request Z-20-08, a request from residential agriculture 1 acre lots RA1 to residential single family 15,000 square foot lots R115 located approximately 2800 South 240 West. Applicant Mari Ventures / David Naismith.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a 2-week holdover, which is now complete. The item is ready for City Council action. Just to remind you, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-20-08 for that zone change request from RA1 to the proposed R115 designation onto you, the City Council. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have had in your 2-week layover on this one.
Any other consideration or comments on this project? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance granting zone change request Z-20-08. The request from residential agricultural 1 acre lots RA-1 to residential single family 15,000 square foot lots R115 located at approximately 2800 South and 240 West.
Second, Councilman Clough.
I have a motion and a second.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Clough, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
All right, that's approved. Item C, consideration to approve an ordinance granting zone change request Z-20-09. Request from agricultural 20 acre lots, a 20 to residential agricultural 1 acre lots, RA1 located approximately 3470 South, 240 West. Applicant Bryce Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, this is a 2-week holdover item, which is now complete. Again, the item's ready for your action. And remind you, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-20-09 for the zone change request from Ag 20 acre minimum to the proposed residential agricultural 1 acre minimum onto you, the City Council.
Mayor, if it's okay, may I make a motion?
Sure.
I make a motion that we approve the ordinance granting zone change request Z-20-09 a request from agricultural 20-acre lots minimum A-20 to residential agriculture 1-acre lot minimums RA-1 located at approximately 3470 South, 24240 West. Just with a caveat on that I feel like the applicant voiced his intentions quite well on this project, unless the council has further questions.
Second that. Second by Coates.
I have a motion and a second.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Clough, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
All right, that's approved. Item D, consideration to approve an ordinance granting zone change request E-20-10, request for planned unit development, PUD to planned unit development residential PUDR, located approximately at the northwest corner, 100 South and 100 West. Applicant Wash 100/Curtis Anderson.
Mayor, make a motion on this particular thing.
Sure.
I make a motion that we approve the ordinance granting zone change request Z-20-10, a request from Plan Unit Development PUD to Plan Unit Development Residential PUDR, located approximately on the northwest corner of 100 South and 100 West.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Clough, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to item 8. Anything to report from your assigned committees?
Mayor, I've got a couple of things, if that's all
Thank
right. From the legislative policy, something that was talked about, not necessarily a Utah legislative policy, but it was something that got the policy, the committee's attention, and something I'd like to pass along. Utah currently ranks 5th in the nation for death by suicide, with an average of 647 deaths per year. It was also leading cause of deaths for Utahns between 10 and 17 years old in 2018. I want to tell you about Representative Chris Stewart's National Suicide Hotline Designation Act that passed earlier this week. It's much like the 911 emergency system. It is called a legacy switch that will dedicate those numbers to this, and it will be 988 in support of that. I know that's a very tender conversation for a lot of people because it's affected most lives. And I say that with the utmost reverence, that I'm thankful that it is available. Hopefully we can save some lives on that. And then the last thing that I just want to mention is, cities have had, a lot of cities have had a vote from council to receive the CARES funds because there's a contract, between the city and the state, and it also has audit type components. There are strings attached. Council needs to be aware of. And as I said, counties and cities and towns all over the state have voted to receive the CARES funds and have already identified funds for budget openings. And with the mayor's approval, I'd like to put that on a work session to maybe discuss that and identify, we'll vote to receive and then identify some of the CARES expenditures and then some other ideas that you as a council may have in ways some of those expenditures could go out. I have some ideas too, to make sure that the city gets the greatest bang for a buck, because this is a hard thing for us to know how to do, where to spend it, and it's a thick document, and when you drill down on it, it creates some questions about exactly how to spend it and what to spend it on. But there are groups out there or businesses that specialize in this type of thing, that at the proper time we could discuss that and see if the council is interested in pursuing any of that. But I just
are you suggesting that we hire an outside group to come in for?
Well, there's a lot of cities that find themselves in a situation where they don't really understand it well, and you're talking about such a large amount of money that a lot of times we just don't want to overlook anything that might be a possible reimbursement or something that the city could benefit from spending money on for future pandemics or other things. And even my inability to express exactly how to spend money or what on, I know that we've identified some things, but I think overall there is a company, and I'm not suggesting that, other than that I think as a council we should consider that and see if there is a benefit to it, of course with the mayor's approval.
Thank you.
I like the idea of discussion, but I think we have some pretty good staff that deal with federal funds and deal with it. I know it's definitely unprecedented the way the monies came in and stuff, but I just think we have some great staff
And we
that
do.
can
We
help.
have great staff. I just, that
No,
was
I'm
just
not
a
saying you
suggestion.
didn't. I'm just saying I'm all about the discussion too at the same time.
I support the discussion as well.
I
Yeah,
appreciate
that's all
the
I'm saying. I
concept
supported the
that-
discussion, but I also realized that we have staff that know a lot about
What a
federal.
wonderful burden. I appreciate that this could be bounced to staff and see their opinion on it and leave them that door open of if they need more help, let them reach out.
Just for your information, we've discussed this about 3 times. We do this mayor's video thing twice a week, just updates on COVID and et cetera. And one of the things that we're hot on right now is the CARES Act and how to track it and how to be accountable for all that. And we're all kind of going, what do we do? And I think we have some good staff that can help us out, and we'll get that on the workshop, I think. Thank you. Anything else?
I mean,
Go ahead.
You
You
go.
go
No,
ahead.
no, no.
I
You
didn't
first.
want to interrupt.
You interrupt me.
Okay.
So active transportation committee, the really the safety of our community members has been our top priority, and in particular with our trail systems. So we've started the conversation, and I've been asked to bring this back to council about some proposed city guidelines, or perhaps a modification to our parks ordinance that would address 3 particular items. One is possibly the establishment of a bicycle speed limit. The standard is about, and again, keep in mind, this is all about safety.
Talking
And
trails, right?
Talking trails, and we've seen a big uptick in the use of trails, the popularity of trails, and we're building more trails. So that's one of the initial. This is on the beginning stages, but 20 miles per hour is kind of the standard to consider. The other one is dogs on a leash.
Yeah.
Dogs on leash. If you look at our parks ordinance, it's even a little more strict with where dogs can and can't be. But on the trails, dogs on leash is another discussion we're having. And lastly, that motorized vehicles would be strictly prohibited.
The e-bike?
Is that like
That does not include e-bikes. E-bikes is
or
specifically
scooters.
the exception, but
Scooters.
and scooters didn't come up, but I think scooters would fit in there. We're talking more like razors and motorcycles,
Aren't they already?
ATVs.
Aren't they already in our ordinance that you can't have motorized vehicles?
So this is the conversation that we've had in our, so if staff, or I haven't dug deep into the ordinance about whether or not, but I'm not aware of any ordinances that specifically address trails. So we're
Let's
starting
talk
that
about it.
conversation.
No, I like it. The one thing I wonder is, does my son's little Razor count as a motorized vehicle?
I'm sorry, when you said razor, I'm thinking like a Polaris side by side.
I didn't even
Not the
relate that. I was
scooter
just trying to
Razor.
be silly
There's so
about.
many multi-names.
I can see my little 5 or 6-year-old now cruising up and down those trails, and that thing.
Yeah,
is
the
faster than
little
20.
motorized,
It's almost like
battery-powered.
anything that's like a combustible.
and
engine.
really, we want our residents to get out and be active and use the trails. We just want to make sure they do it safely. So we're not trying to be heavy-handed at all. We're just trying to say, can we start putting in some guidelines or possibly amendment to ordinance?
Are we
that-
having a problem? Is my first question.
It's starting.
Is it?
My wife and I go on the trails.
I'll have to say, I've had a
and
couple of
it's-
him say, passing on your left.
Close
Yeah.
calls.
Well,
Yeah,
what's funny is
yeah.
that speed limit at 20 miles an hour. You'd be surprised. That's a
Yeah.
lot faster than you think.
Yes.
Well,
And most people can't go over 20 on those trails, even on a fast road bike. It's around 18, 19. I'm just telling you, with the bends and curves, 20 is still good speed, and I think it's appropriate. I wouldn't dare go lower, because you still, me as riding a road bike, I'd want to be able to get on those trails and be able to go at least 20.
Right.
Because but you also got to be cautious of what's ahead and understand there's a lot of people on the trails.
So I'll take that back to this committee. Is there any other input from this body that, or are we on the right track here? Or
I
on
think
the
we
right
should-
trail?
I think we should have the ordinance brought to us and look like, I like those ideas, and bring it to us, and we'll look at, it'll
Okay.
have to be amended.
One other thought, Councilman Staley, is the last time I was on the trail, the people that were whizzing by created a lot of people to get really upset, and they said things and shouted things, and that was, so I think maybe with conditions like that, then there's kind of an etiquette that needs to be
Trail
followed.
etiquette.
Yeah, just that you know,
Yeah.
if we're observing speed
We're gonna
limits and stuff.
participate on this trail. There's a big group.
That's part of that overall discussion too, is trail etiquette. So I'll keep you posted. You know, nothing happens quickly, but if you're okay, I think this committee will keep going down that trail.
Well, there are some signs where we joined with St. George, where they put up that said "Be courteous," you know, and those type of things. But maybe we expanded out. And so.
Yeah, and those, if I understand correctly, I think those are mostly by the Bicycle Collective.
Right.
So and so they actually,
Put those out there.
and they give a lot of guidelines to the city on how to. So you know, we do have great staff that are working in that on those things, but my job was to bring, you know, I represent you there, and so I want to bring that back to you for your input and suggestions.
If there's no one else, my final is I'm reporting as a council member. Just to this council, I've thought of many ways to do this and rather not say anything. But due to the moving target of my life, there's much that is changing so quick that I may not be back for another council member. I might be back next council. I don't know. I would like to say to all of you, my sincerest appreciation. Forgive me for staring at the table because I don't want to cry. I am in awe at this process. I have learned so much that I didn't want to learn, and learned so much more that I never thought possible about the genuineness of even people that I didn't agree with. You've all taught me a good measure of humanity and good caring people. And I can't say enough about the greatness of our staff, the greatness of our council, the common citizens that have been my friends and family. It is so hard to leave such a wonderful community that is growing so fast, its heart has never shrank. And I would just like to offer my sincere appreciation to those who voted me in. I hope I held your trust well and followed the ordinances and the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution of Utah and the ordinances of this community in your best interests. And it is my my deepest privilege to have tried, and I appreciate the trust, and I look forward to another person greater than me to do so much more on behalf of the city, and I look forward to its future. I apologize for not being so clear upon my departure to the council because I just haven't known. And every day it changes. And if I could have been clearer, I still myself am not aware. So if I'm here next time, throw a tomato at me. But if I'm not, I just wanted to say thank you now before I head off, and didn't want you to leave guessing of any of my intentions. None of them are malign. It's just an opportunity that I couldn't say no to. And it's in one breath bringing me joy and the next breath making me cry. So I'm just trying to step forward the best that I can. So hopefully none of you have heard anything negative, because I have never said anything negative and I don't have anything negative to say. It's just an opportunity that's led me into a different direction that I didn't intend, and I'm nervous and excited.
Well, I hope the best for you. I have
Thank
to
you.
say, I've had a pleasure working with you for this short time. I mean, I met you before I was on council, but I've enjoyed our conversations and our disagreements. But it's always been we've always been able to discuss and agree to disagree and move forward. So I appreciate that in you, and I best of luck in your ventures forward. And I hope you're here next council. But I understand.
Thank you.
And my understanding is you're going to work with miners in Minersville, is that right?
You know, whether I want to or not,
Okay.
but we'll call it that.
Okay.
I've got a pick and shovel. I'll tell you, I've heard people got relatives all over. So we'll see if we can make some good impressions.
All my in-laws live there. So
Is that right?
well, they were from there. Minersville and Beaver area.
Well, thank you, Councilman Clough, and it has been an honor and a pleasure to have you as a council member and as a neighbor, a backyard neighbor. God bless you in your new adventure, because we all have new adventures we want to go after anyway. And life changes. And I've said this and I'll keep saying it, this is a temp job at best. You know, so we try and do the best we can. Sometimes we don't do the best, but we try. So good luck, and thanks for remodeling your house and remodeling your new house. Finished the week of remodeling his whole house completely, and now he's moving.
It's insane.
Anybody else? All right, city manager report. You're back, right, Roger?
I am, thank you. This is going to be really silly for me to follow with a very dry report after Councilman Clough's moment there, but I will just indicate to Councilman Clough on behalf of the staff our deep gratitude to you for your constant support and for the leadership and guidance that you provided on the council. And so on behalf of all of them, thank you very much for everything, and also best of luck to you in everything that you do. We'll miss you being there. I only feel, if it's okay, Mayor, just because I don't want to kind of ruin the spirit of the moment, I just feel compelled to just bring up just two items, unless the council has any specific questions. First of all, just a thank you to, as you know, we had the wildfires that impacted up in the Green Springs area this last week. We had a number of our whaleheads threatened because of the fire. Appreciate all the agencies that were involved, our own fire department and all the agencies that were involved in protecting those. A lot of people behind the scenes that did great things, cut off power. Our power department de-energized lines to protect the wells, and then re-energized them a little while later in order to get water. We dipped water out of our golf course ponds with the helicopters. We just are very grateful for all that, and we're also very grateful for the safety of our community. And then probably the only other thing I would mention, and I'm only mentioning it just because it's probably been a thought into your mind, you may all notice that we have put up temporary fencing around Monument Plaza. That is just in light of some of the chatter that's out there with regards to possibly some action against the monument itself. The main reason for the fencing is just to create some distance and some spacing. We have been monitoring as much as we can what might be legit, when it might be legit, what is not legit. And of course, within social media, you can ricochet a lot of things back and forth within the bounds of social media that start to get legs of its own as well. But we also have had the power department put up some additional Cobra head lighting off the pole there that will cast more light over Monument Plaza so that our officers can keep their eye on that as well. We would probably, well, let me say, I would probably anticipate some gathering of some sorts. We're seeing it pretty fragmented right now, and we don't even have time dates and other things. They're just kind of all over the place. But I just wanted to share that much with you, just so that you know that the chief and officers and the county and backup officers and our position is basically that irrespective of your position, and we're not taking a position, our job is to protect our citizens and property. And irrespective of that, our position at the moment is that there is any violation of the law, then we will administer, of course, what needs to happen with that law. But we think, I think whatever might happen will be fine and peaceful and that, but I just wanted to let you all know kind of where we were at on that. And we continue to monitor that. And Mayor, there's other things, but again, I actually even hesitate to bring up those kind of things in light of this, but if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Yeah, one question.
Yeah.
The easement near Treasure Valley with the hoops piece, do you have an update on that?
I don't have an update. I can find one and then send it out to you to see where we're at on that. Maybe
they came in and signed today.
There you go. Thank you. Perfect.
Signed today, is that what you said, Mike?
Yes.
So it's done?
Yep.
Is it recorded? Not yet, but we'll be.
No, that was right at 4 o'clock when I was leaving there for council meeting. Luann was pulling in to sign.
So that's a 30-foot easement to get a roadway through.
Yes.
Great. Thank you for everyone that worked on that, from staff all the way to the hoops, working with the hoops.
All right, any additional questions for manager? All right, thank you. There is a need to go to a closed session to discuss the character or professional competence of an individual. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn to that closed meeting.
So made.
Second.
Clough made the motion.
Coates.
Coates second.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll go into the conference room, but make sure you're.
Mayor, for the record, that was unanimous, right? So we don't have to take an individual vote?
Yes, unanimous vote.